Today, as I have in the title, Codex, chat to our good people at the camp, and Ozama, yes, is the intention. We'll see what happens. Yeah. What's the Codexes? We're just gonna bang right into it, because I'm eager to do so. Elganon, I assume this is not new, because we wouldn't have found that last week. So the Maker. There was no word for heaven, or for earth, for sea or sky. All that existed was silence. Then the voice of the Maker rang out, the first word, and his word became all that might be. Dream and idea, hope and fear, endless possibilities. And from it made his firstborn. And he said to them, in my image I forge you. To you I give dominion over all that exists. By your will may all things be done. Then in the center of heaven he called forth a city of towers with gold, streets with music for cobblestones, and banners which flew without wind. There he dwelled, waiting to see the wonders his children would create. Streets with music for cobblestones. Sounds very similar to how a certain someone describes the elven world before it was sundered. It's hard to play FF14 and not see the parallels with where this story was going before the big 10-year delay. The children of the Maker gathered before his golden throne and sang hymns of praise unending, but their songs were the songs of the cobblestones. They shone with the golden light reflected from the Maker's throne. They held forth the banners that flew on their own. And the voice of the Maker shook the fade, saying, in my name I have wrought my firstborn. You have been given dominion over all that exists. By your will all things are done, yet you do nothing. The realm I have given you is formless, ever-changing. And he knew he had wrought amiss, so the Maker turned from his firstborn, and took from the frayed a measure of its living flesh, and placed it apart from the spirits, and spoke to it, saying, here I decree opposition in all things, for earth, sky, for winter, summer, for darkness, light. By my will alone is balance sundered, and the world given new life. And no longer was it formless, ever-changing, but held fast immutable, with words for heaven and for earth, sea and sky. At last did the Maker from the living world make men, immutable as the substance of the earth, with souls made of dream and idea, hope and fear, endless possibilities. Alright, so we're the good ones, right? The spirits, they were not enough, but man, as naught can be better than man. The Maker's true gift. Fuck off. Then the Maker said, to you, my second-born, I grant this gift, and your heart shall burn, an unquenchable flame, all-consuming and never satisfied. From the fade I created you, and to the fade you shall return, each night in dreams, that you may always remember me. And then the Maker sealed the gates of the golden city, and there he dwelled waiting to see wonders his children would create. What's interesting is that, knowing what we know from later on, parts of this seem like, I guess with history in general, right, there's elements of truth that always break free, that endure, and it just gets, like Chinese whispers, it gets sort of twisted in the grapevine. And it definitely feels like there's sort of an element of that to this. The Imperial Chantry. There are those who would tell you that the Chantry is the same everywhere as it is here, that the divine in Varayur reigns supreme in the eyes of the Maker, and that this fact is unquestioned throughout Phaedus. Do not believe it. The Maker's second commandment, magic must not serve men, must serve man, not rule over him. never held the same meaning within the ancient Tevinter Imperium as it did elsewhere. The chantry there interpreted the rule as meaning that mages should never control the minds of other men, and that otherwise their magic should benefit the rulers of men as much as possible. Convenient, when the clerics of Tevinter altered the chant of light to reflect this interpretation, or the commandment the divine in Valrio ordered the clerics to revert the original chant. They refused, claiming corruption within Valrio, an argument that grew until, in 487 Towers, the chantry in Tevinter elected its own legitimate and uncorrupted divine, Valhall, who was not only male, but also happened to be one of the most prominent members of the Tevinter Circle of the Magi. This black divine was reviled outside Tevinter, his existence an offense to the chantry in Valrio. I suspect we'll probably meet them, right? In, DAD. That'll be interesting. After 4 exalted marches to dislodge these rebels, all that the chantry in Valrio accomplished was to cement the separation. While most aspects of the Imperial Chantry's teachings are the same, prohibitions against magic have been weakened, and male priests have become more prevalent. The Circle of Magi today rules Tevinter directly ever since the Archon Numeran was elected in 734 Storm, directly from the ranks of the enchanters. To great applause from the public, he dispensed with the old rules forbidding mages from taking part in politics, and within a century, the true rulers within various imperial houses, the mages took their place openly within the government. The imperial divine is now always drawn from the ranks of the first enchanters, and operates as divine and grand enchanter both. This is utter heresy to any member of the chantry outside of Tevinter. A return to the days of magisters, which brought the blights down upon us. But it exists, and even though we have left the Tevinter Imperium to the mercies of the dread Canary, still they have endured. Further confrontation between the Black Divine and our so-called White Divine is inevitable. Is it though? Is it though? I feel like that's probably going to be dealt with, right? In fact, I feel like it's probably not going to be dealt with in anyway in the next game, because the what was it? The Divine in All A can be like one of 3 people, right? So I imagine they probably don't want to touch that too much. So I imagine we won't see much on that front, but maybe that'd be fun. See them all come back. The sacred ashes of Andraste. It'd be a good excuse to bring Liliana back again, I guess. Justify having her in all 4 games that way. The sacred ashes of Andraste. Only one person witnessed Matharath's betrayal. Avad of the Aegis, a childhood friend of Matharath. He accompanied his chief to the meeting with the Tevinters, not realizing what was planned when he understood that Matharath was giving Andraste over to be executed. Avad unwillingly drew swords against his friend and liege, placed himself between Andraste and the Tevinter soldiers. The Tevinters struck him down, and Matharath left him for dead. Gravely wounded, Avad made his way to the gates of Minrathos to stop the execution. When he reached it, the terrible deed was already done. The armies of the plains long since dispersed. Avad, cursing his weakness, gathered the earthly remains of Andraste that had been left to the wind and rain, and wept. When his fingers touched the pile of ash, his ears filled with song, and he saw before him a vision of Andraste, dressed in cloth made of starlight. She knelt at his side, saying, "The Maker shall never forget you, so long as I remember." The song faded and the vision with it, and Avad was alone, but his wounds were healed. With new strength, Avad took up the ashes of Our Lady, and bore them back to the lands of Alamara. Fearing that Matharath's supporters would defile them, Avad took the ashes of Andraste to a secluded place high in the mountains, and there he carved from the living rock an urn to hold them. Time passed and the whereabouts of the urn faded from memory, Perhaps it was the Maker's will that only the most worthy should find his beloved's final resting place. Now we have only the legends, such as that of the Chevaliers Lothaire, who questioned to find the urn to save his dying daughter, and either found it in time to cure her, or returned 100 years after her death. The ballads end less than certain on that point. From Vedas, Myths and Legends by Brother Genetivi. I don't remember if we ever got a reason for why the ashes work. I presume not. I assume that's something they intended to leave a mystery. Wonder if I'll ever get an answer. The Chastened. The chastened wilders have lived in the Kakari wilds since the first wars with the Alamari drove them southwind, and a millennium ago. According to their own lore, they had always been a forest-dwelling people that adapted quickly to their new home. Game and fish are plentiful in the wetlands, and the chastened thrived. For a time, they and the hill-dwelling Avars were true threats to the northern lowlands. The Tevinter Imperium had arrived, and was hard-pressed to keep back the waves of invasions from the south and west. The fortress of Ostagar was built specifically to watch for chastened hordes venturing north of the tree line. It was not until the legendary Haftar soundly defeated the chastened in the first half of the Divine Age that the question of their ability to contest the lowlands was settled permanently. Today the chastened are considered largely peaceful, though their ways are still primitive compared to our own. In the Kakari wilds, they live in strange-looking huts built on stilts, or even built into the great treetops. Ooh, that sounds cool. They paint their faces and are split into small tribes ruled by shamans, like those amongst the Avars. There are many tales of these shamans, having learned their magic from the witches of the wilds, witches that inspire as much as terror as they do awe and gratitude, even if there is no definitive proof they exist. In particular, the tale of Flemeth, the greatest witch of the wilds, is celebrated amongst all tribes. See, that would have been something cool to have seen in Inquisition. If that was one of the zones, instead of, the free desert ones. That'd have been neat. While there is no way to know how many there are in the wilds today, few travelers that pass through the forest tell of chastened eking out an existence even in the frozen wastelands of the far south. One can assume that should the chastened ever organize themselves once more, we might have reason to fear them here in Ferelden. We ignore them at our peril, because, like, the ones we see in Jaws of Hakon are Avar, right? And they live in a cave. Lothering. In ancient times, Lothering was little more than a trading post that served the fortress of Ostagar to the south. Nowadays it is larger, serving Redcliffe and the community of merchants and surface dwarves near Orzammar. Its location on the North Road gives it strategic value, so control of Lothering has historically been a matter of contention between the southern Bannon and the south-reaching Arling. King Callan had himself stepped in and awarded the town to South Reach in the Exalted Age, which has largely ended the feud, or at least the appearance of it. Juicy. Characters. Oh god, we got a lot on here. Buckle up. Queen Honora. We have been given the gift of freedom by our forebears. Let us not squander it. The only child of the war hero Logain Mactia, Honora has never been one to stay quietly in the background. It is common knowledge that in the 5 years Honora and Kaelin held the throne together, she was the one wielding the power. She is held in much higher esteem than her husband by the people of Ferelden, nobility and commoners alike, and commands the respect even of foreign nations, having once inspired Empress Selene of Orlais to declare, Honora of Ferelden is a solitary rose among the brambles. Who you calling brambles, Selene? What the hell? I'll remember that when it comes to Inquisition. Tegan, the Mabari, is clever enough to speak and wise enough not to know. It's weird to me that we're getting these codexes for characters we haven't actually met yet. I know we saw them in a cutscene, but we weren't there. Caspar found this Mabari in the Oh, this is... well, we hadn't met Honora. Tegan is the dog. I forgot I called the dog Tegan. Whoops. Found this Mabari in the camp at Ostia. His master was killed in the wilds, and Tegan fell ill from biting the darkspawn in battle. Tegan seems to have chosen Caspar as his new master. Now, seeking Caspar out after the battle at Ostia, and warning of an impending darkspawn attack. Thanks, buddy. Aliman Guerin. Nobility does not exist without obligation. We owe all we have, even our lives, to our land and our people. As the maternal uncle king of King Caelan, Aliman is one of the king's most trusted advisors. Redcliffe, while not a large or especially wealthy part of Ferelden, is a critical strategic location. The fortress guards the western pass that leads to Orlais, as well as the major trade route with Orzammar. A well-respected man, though not the most charismatic, King Caelan once said of him, "My uncle Eamon is a man everyone thinks well of." When they remember, "Oh, we've done that one, why were you glowing?" He fell ill with a mysterious condition that even magic could not treat. I guess we didn't have that bit. Rendon how? I think it would have been nice if they had a different glow when it's just an update. And like the update part of the text glowed too, so you knew which was new. It appears it will be a civil war after all, despite the Darkspawn. Pity. The Owling of Amaranthine winds along the Sinnos northeastern coast of Ferelden. The waking sea is known for its temper, and the storms that sweep in from the warmer northern waters are sudden and brutal. These are the lands of Rendon Howe. He was born during the occupation, and like many of the nobles at the time, joined Prince Maric's rebels. He fought alongside young Bryce Cousland, future Terran of Iowa, and Leonis Bryland, future Owl of South Reach, at the bloody Battle of White River. It was the most catastrophic defeat of the entire occupation, from which only 50 rebel soldiers escaped alive. Although he was decorated for valor by King Maric, Howe's abrasive manners have earned him almost universal dislike amongst his peers. Can't imagine why. Liliana, in the cloister away from the fuss and the flurry of the cities, I found peace, and in that stillness I could hear the Maker. A lay sister of the Chantry, who can beat the stuffing out of trained mercenaries, would be notable enough, but one who also claims to have been sent to fight the Darkspawn by the Maker himself is unusual, to say the least. She joined Alistair and Caspar in Lovering, and Morrigan, don't forget about poor Morrigan, insisting that she would prove useful. I'm just remembering now that there's a DLC for Liliana, right? I don't know when I should do that. I guess after she tells us the story? It seems like the most... I mean, really, I suppose I should have done that first. But I forgot. Surely we did Logain, right? Logain was born a farmer, yeah. What's new then? He returned to Denerim and declared himself the regent to his daughter Queen Honora, demanding that Ferelden follow him against the Darkspawn, upsetting a great many of the Barns. His actions sparked a civil war. Logain's supporters found themselves fighting their neighbours, who blamed Logain for the death of the king, as well as those who simply wished to take advantage of the power vacuum. Cool, Stenny boy. Either you have an enviable memory or a pitiable life, to know nothing of regret. The Northern Islands are remote, lush jungles that harbour cities rumoured to be the most extraordinary ever built. These are the lands of the Qunari, lands that no foreign eyes ever see. Only the stories of free exalted marchers waged against the giants have reached the south, until the arrival of Sten. The stoic giant in the cage was surely the strangest thing the people of Lovering had ever seen, until the blight struck. He was sent with a small group of Qunari soldiers to investigate the blight and report back. Outside Lovering they were ambushed by Darkspawn. They fought off the attack, but only Sten survived. Farmers found him dying and took him in, but when he awoke, alone and unharmed, He panicked, killing the entire family. Realizing he had sacrificed his honor, Sten waited for the villagers to come, and surrendered, expecting death. I know a lot of people want to go here in the next game. I'm not sure I do. I kind of want to wait till the one after, I think. But if they do another one, which I would hope they do. I don't know. I feel like, I mean, it makes sense to have it in the next one, right? Because they fight with Tevinter, and obviously we're going to Tevinter. But I like the idea of sort of a game focusing on that area a bit more than I would imagine the next one will if we go there in the next one. Because it seems like we'll be going in a lot of different places. Ban Tegan Gwern, the actual Tegan. The Banon will not bow to you simply because you demand it. Younger brother to Al Eamon of Redcliffe and uncle to King Caelan, Tegan holds... Oh, I spelled his name wrong. Oh well. Holds the Banan of Rainsphere, a tiny province of Redcliffe squeezed between the Frostback Mountains and Lake Calenhad. Ban Tegan avoids the Denerim court, except to go hunting with his nephew, and rarely makes himself heard at the lands meet, preferring to leave politics to his brother. Well, he made an exception last time, I guess. Adventures of the Black Fox. Born Lord Remy Vascal in 863 Blessed, the Black Fox was a dashing thief and rogue who went on to inspire so many tales of his exploits that it is nearly impossible to determine today which are true and which are merely fabricated legend. Despite coming from nobility, he has become something of a hero to the common people. His initial exploits involved ridiculing the tyrannical and powerful Lord of Val Chevin. Wearing a mask, he would appear in public and disrupt the Lord's plans to the point that the Lord angrily put a huge bounty on the life of this cunning fox, the origin of the nickname which stuck. That the primary bounty hunter who took the job, Carolis, ended up becoming Remy's lifelong partner in crime, only after nearly killing him several times, is one of the most popular tales told in taverns today. The story is often exaggerated to make Remy appear initially buffoonish, until Carolis becomes so furious at the Black Fox's inexplicable ability to survive, that the cunning Remy gains the upper hand, which impresses Carolis so much that the bounty hunter joins him. After years of terrorizing the Lord's men and foiling his tax collectors, a favourite pastime of Remy's according to the Orlesian commoners, Remy was supposedly betrayed by his lover, Savannah de Montfort, in some versions of the tale a mage of the circle no less, and captured. After more than a year of torture, Remy was rescued from prison by his compatriots, including a repentant Savannah, and together they escaped to Orlais. In this period of Remy's adventures, he appears almost everywhere in Thedas. As his legend grew, more innkeepers and merchants were happy to claim that the Black Fox had visited their village or establishment and performed some legendary feat. If the tales are to be believed, Remy led the Lord's men on a merry chase. He became embroiled in political intrigues in Navarra, was hunted by the crows in Antifa, and then kidnapped by a powerful mage in Tevinter. In each situation, Remy escaped death at the last moment, foiled the evil doer, and improved life for the poor and downtrodden. Then, inevitably, he rejoined his band of adventurers and moved on to the next land. His companions, Carolis and Savannah, the wise dwarf Bolek, and the tempestuous knight, Sir Clementus, have each spawned their own individual legends over the years. The stories all agree that at some point the Black Fox disappeared. He and his fellow adventurers voyaged into the heart of the Alafon forest, seeking the sunken city of the elves, and never returned. Many more are the tales that expand on returned. Many more are the tales that expand on what ultimately happened to them in that forest, and postulate on how they could someday be rescued. I feel like that would be a good, a fun premise for a game. I guess that's kind of Dragon Age 2, really, isn't it? Just chilling with your friends. You don't really go on adventures in that one, though. That would be a fun just premise for a game, I think, once we're done with this whole big story arc. Just a nice little, let's go on adventures to places, and do some good. Or some bad, I guess. The First Blade, Chapter 1. Thedas is a land of fierce diversity, from the assassin princes of Antiva to the faded griffins of the Andevals. But in my travels I have found one tale that unites the people of this land. It is a story of pride and damnation, and although the telling differs, the essence of the tale remains the same. At the height of its power, the Tevinter Imperium stretched over much of Thedas, uniting the known world under the rule of the tyrannical Magisters. It is said that the old gods whom the Magisters worshipped gave them the knowledge of blood magic, and the Magisters used this forbidden power to cement their rule. The blood of elven slaves and humans alike ran down imperial altars to fuel the Magisters' greed. The tales of their excesses so horrifying that one could only be grateful that blood magic is prohibited today. But all that stands tall must eventually fall. Perhaps they foresaw their ruin, or perhaps their pride knew no bounds. But whatever the reason, the Magisters dared to open a magical portal into the Golden City at the heart of the Fade. They sought to usurp the Maker's throne, long left unattended, in the Golden City after the Maker turned his back on his creations. They would storm heaven itself with their power and become gods. This is what the Chantry, in its oft-exercised tendency to understate, refers as the second sin. According to the most versions of the tale, the Magisters did indeed reach the Golden City, and walked into the home of the Maker, where no living being before them had dared, or been able to tread. But humanity is not meant to walk in heaven. The Magisters were wicked with pride and other sins, and their presence tainted the Golden City. What once was a perfect holy citadel became a twisted home of darkness and nightmares. The Magisters were expelled back through their gateway, and cursed for their treachery. As the Golden City had been tainted, so were the Magisters, twisted and transformed into things of darkness. The very first of the Darkspawn, the Golden City, once a shining beacon at the heart of the Fade, became the Black City, a reminder of all that man's pride has cost. Notes. Okay, we got one new note. A note from Sir Henrik. Oh, so this was the guy we gave in to the guy in the Chantry who was looking for the Sacred Ashes. So many of my fellow knights have been searching for the urn. Surely one of them must have found Brother Genetivi by now. Still, until I hear that all is well, I must proceed as planned. Brother Genetivi holds the key to finding the urn of the Sacred Ashes. We always knew this, but I believe I know now where Brother Genetivi lies. I have been to his home in Denerim and found the trail, and I am amazed that the other knights have not done likewise, unless they have. No, it is best not to get caught up in thoughts of conspiracy. Sir Donald awaits my report in Levering. I must go to him immediately, and report what I have learned. Should anyone find these ramblings, all I ask is that he be informed of my fate. I pray that he complete what I cannot. A note from Sir Henrik in Redcliffe. I'm going to click on these so they're no longer glowing, because, you know, I like things to look complete. Oh, is this presumably the one I already... Oh, no. So look, a letter written in careful script addressed to you. To the inimitable Grey Warden, your deeds have spread since the tragedy of Ostagar. I've not really done much, but sure, and I find myself in need of one such as you. I am Relnor, captain of the venerable Blackstone regulars, and I hope to win your trust. The irregulars have come on hard times since the war with Olay, but I have fought to improve their reputation. Gone are the days of my father's shady deals with unscrupulous nobles in Denerim. No, I have trained a guild filled with honourable men, ready to fight for Ferelden. I am proud to say that I have seen your own Grey Wardens as a sort of model. We are not perfect. My own son advocates a move back to the more lucrative ways of my father ran the guild. But we are steadfast It is the context that I ask for your help, and I promise we will reward you accordingly, crikey. Should you be willing to please find the letters in this box, and others like it all over the land, and carry out the request therein. For this matter, consider the request from my son as if they came from myself. And thank you again, from the bottom of my heart. Oh, my bloody camera's gone, 1 second. Bottom of my heart. Whether you choose to assist us or not, you are doing the Maker's work, Warden, and I am honoured to work with you, Relnor. Oh, is that not going to show on there? Uno secondo. Oh, it should. Oh, there we go. Ignore that. Alright, we'll have to go without the camera then. It was not to be, I'm afraid. Yeah, I've got the window open. It's as cool as I can make things in here. Alas. Blackstone letter of conscription. Dear friend, you are receiving this letter because you or someone else placed your name on an article of conscription, thereby pledging your life to the Blackstone irregulars. With war looming on all fronts, the irregulars must build their numbers. We are forced to call upon those who have sworn their assistance to make good on those oaths. Say farewell to your friends and family while you may return to them. You must prepare them for the possibility that this will be your last day altogether. Your sacrifice is appreciated. Tarun. This letter is marked with a seal of the Blackstone irregulars. Maleficarum regrets. I won't go back. Let them hunt and dread finding me. But you, Malice, should not live this life. It would please me if you found a life in the Circle Tower. I left a few things there, mostly stolen from the enchanters. Sell them to fund a new path. The cash is in the study area, middle alcove. Goodbye. Belgrus. There we go. All caught up, I think. Let's just check there's no glowies. No glowies. We're done. That didn't take too long. It's all good. Okay, let me check this isn't broken. Overheating didn't kill you too much, did it, please? Seems to be fine. So, we'll chat with everyone next. When it comes to the whole lovey-dovey stuff, I was gonna go for Zevran, but I think I've convinced myself not to. Mostly because this is like an elf thing. Obviously, when it comes to Inquisition, you have to go all lovey-dovey with Solus. Which made me figure maybe I should do all the kind of tragic ones. So, you know, Morrigan in this one, Anders DA2, Solus, Inquisition. And mostly because all the recent playthroughs I've done, well, I say recent, but you know, the ones I've done that I can remember recently were all with Zevran. So, like, I don't think I've lovey-doveyed with Morrigan since my first time playing. So I don't know, it'd be nice to switch it up a little bit. Yeah. So I think we'll do that. I've just realised that if I want to take Shale to Orzammar, which I think I should, because it just feels right? I should probably do her mission first so I actually have Shale. So I guess we'll do that. Although, you have to actually run into the quest, don't you? We'll do some wandering around until we get the quest, then we'll do Shale. Then, depending on how long all this takes us, we'll probably have time to go to Orzammar still, I think. I don't think the Shale quest takes very long.
Yes?
I'd like to talk.
Well, here I am.
What was life like in the Chantry Cloister?
Quiet. It was a life suited for contemplation. In the cloister, away from the fuss and the flurry of the cities, I found peace. and in that stillness I could hear the Maker. But it was not perfect. Some of my chantry fellows were condescending. That is the nature of religious folk, I suppose.
No comment. Well, I mean, my dude's probably religious though, right? Just not towards the chantry. Like, the elves believe in their elven gods, and I mean, my dude's got the tattoo on his face, so clearly he believes too. So condescending how
When
so, I
talked
guess.
about my beliefs, that the Maker reveals himself in the beauty of his world, they treated me with disdain. They want to believe that he's gone, so that when he turns his gaze on them, it means they are special, chosen. He cannot possibly have love for all, the sick and the weary, the beggars and the fools.
Don't really. I like that one. What did you say to them?
What can I say to them? What they believe is what the chantry says, and the chantry is infallible, yes? Maybe I am wrong. But it is the Maker's place to decide if I am worthy, not men, not the chantry. But there is work to be done, and I have talked enough for now.
Alright, fair enough. That's pretty quick. Is there something going on with the audio? 1 second. The mic just seems to be picking up stuff while I'm not talking, but maybe it's alright. Alright, Stan, your turn.
Why are we stopping?
I think we should talk for a moment.
There are darkspawn to be fought. Is this delay
Fuck them. They're fine. What are they gonna do? You alright? You were in that cage for
You
weeks.
are concerned.
Yeah.
No need. I am fit enough to fight.
I've never seen a canary before. Tell me about your people.
No.
Please?
People are not simple. They cannot be summarized for easy reference in the manner of the elves are a lithe, pointy-eared people who excel at poverty.
Lovely, thanks for that. Hostile, aren't we?
Many humans have said that to me. I do not understand it.
I'm not
If I
human.
were indeed hostile, you would be bleeding.
So this is you being calm and helpful.
Couldn't you tell?
You said you were in the army.
I am.
What made you decide to become a soldier? Why would the Kunari send soldiers
The
here?
Antam are the eyes, hands, and mouth of the Kunari. We are how my people know the world.
Does that make your view of things a little skewed?
Compared to what?
You only learn about people you conquer.
What does anyone truly know of the world? The world changes. We change. The Antam observe what we can, just as you do. There is no point to this. We are keeping the Darkspawn waiting.
They can wait. Fuck them. Don't worry about making them wait. What's your hurry?
What a strange language you speak. You say hurry, where I would say duty.
Yeah. It's not your duty to handle the blight, though.
No, it is yours, and you are chatting with me instead.
You're darn tooting. We should get
As
moving.
you wish.
I'm surprised he approved at all from that, but I'll take it. Where are you, Stan? Let's get you this armor on we got for you. Oh, look at that. That's some bulky. Ooh. Sure, I don't know which one's the appropriate one to use, I'm going to be honest. I also don't know what I should be giving you, buddy. Oh, they're for Stan, so I guess I might as well give you those. Oh, that was cool. Sure. Shoes, I assume you got some shoes. That'll be these, won't it? Yeah. Where's Asla? Main hand, is this also main hand? Can I do that? Huh. Why does it work? Do we not have a one-hander that's not for the main hand? Outlook, not so good. I suppose I could give you a dagger. I feel like that doesn't work very well though. Is this really a one-handed weapon? Doesn't look like it, does it? God damn it. That's not gonna work, is it? Let's keep this for now. Till we find you another one. Do you want some spirit resistance, buddy? There you go. Look at you, looking all badass and stuff. We'll save that quest for later. What are you two up to?
It's good to see you, my timely rescuer. Bodon Fennec at your service once again. I saw
Hello,
your
Bodon.
camp and remember the kind offer that you made the last time we met. And is there anywhere safer for a poor merchant and his son to sleep? I think not. I'm perfectly willing to offer you a fine discount for the inconvenience of our presence. How does that sound?
Well, I do love a good
Yes?
discount. You're free to stay, just mind yourselves.
Wonderful. Thank the gentleman, won't you, boy?
Thank you, sir.
You're
We won't
very
be a bother to
welcome.
You and your companions, I assure you. If you should need enchantments, simply talk to my boy. Otherwise, come speak with me.
Let's talk to you, Sandal.
The boy's a
Hello.
bit simple, but he's rather good with
Don't
enchantments.
call him simple,
One of
bless
those
him.
tranquil fellas actually called him a... what was it now? A savant. I had no idea such a thing existed.
He's a special boy. What enchantments does he do?
He can fold lyrium into almost any weapon or piece of armor. Though naturally, some of the more extravagant
Fancy.
materials will take more lyrium than others. It's a process that some of the master smiths back in Orzammar will perform. But my boy here is just as adept at it. Isn't that right, boy?
Enchantment.
There you have it.
I want some enchanting done.
Enchantment.
Let's see. Oathkeeper. Not the only one I've got an option for. Sure. Is anyone using that? I think... is that what I gave to? What's his face? Stan. I think Oathkeeper's one-handed, isn't it? What are you using, Alistair? Grey Warden Longsword, 7.7. Messy kills, explosive. Do I want to get rid of that stuff? That sounds fun. What if we take this off, put it in the inventory, can we then enchant with this?
Enchantment.
Enchantment, buddy? No, okay. Guess you can only do it with some. I never really got into the whole enchanting thing.
If there's anything I can do for you, please, please tell me.
Of course, buddy, of course. So what's your story exactly?
Well, if you're really interested, I suppose
Dude.
I'd like to tell you. I am originally from Orzammar, the famed dwarven city that lies beneath the stately Frostback Mountains. I was a merchant there too, merchant caste. These things are in the blood, you know. You
Yeah.
can't just leave them behind.
Indeed.
I ran a fairly successful business. Rare artifacts, you know. Old things, grand things. The nobles loved them. Reminded them of the lost glory days, I suppose.
Why did you leave?
One day, a noble woman came to my store. She looked around for a bit and then started shrieking in dismay. Apparently, she believed that a pair of braces I had for sale once belonged to her brother. He'd been lost in a cave-in, you see, while on an expedition to clear out the Darkspawn from one of the tunnels running close to the city. They were made specially for him. They're unique, she shrieked. He stole them from my poor brother's corpse. She had me arrested on the spot, of course.
Of course.
Nobles, they're touchy like that.
And did you steal them?
Well, I didn't steal them. You see, I'd been paying these castless thugs to venture out into the deep roads for me. The lost ties. They're full of things that people left behind. Sometimes you can find a treasure. Something worth a little gold.
Where would my dude stand on this? Where would the Dalish stand on this, I guess is what I'm thinking. Like, I feel like they'd want to make use of everything, which lends more to understanding him. But I also feel like they put a lot of value in sort of respecting each other and the deceased and what have you. But they do pass on their bows and stuff, so I mean it's not the same, but better to do something with them than leave them to rot.
That's exactly how I see it. The noblewoman, she wasn't too happy with the theft of her brother's braces. I don't know what they planned for me, and I didn't want to find out. Bribed the guard that was watching me and took off for the surface first opportunity I got. Never looked back.
Fascinating story, thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Butter him up.
Now, is there anything the boy or I can get you?
Have you heard any rumours?
I hear news from Dinnerham that Tyrn Loghain has been declared the new regent.
Oh,
Makes
boo.
sense, his daughter being the queen.
Bones.
That's what I've heard on the road, anyhow. Take it for what it is.
But where do these goods come from? Not the deep roads.
Look, we don't rob people, all right? We don't take things from people that need them. The things in the Lost Tigers, what good did they do lying there? I brought them back to Orzammar, where people could look at them and remember. It's not all that different up here. There are places long abandoned by the humans everywhere. Even more now with the Darkspawn coming.
You don't need to be so defensive, sir. What do you mean?
People flee from the Blight with good reason, but they forget things. Things with value and meaning. They leave them behind because they're frightened and desperate. And sometimes, my boy and I, we find our way to these places before the Horde descends, and we save these things. I take them away so the Darkspawn don't get them. Is that so bad? They destroy everything they touch.
Suppose it's better than letting that Darkspawn take it all.
That's what I tell myself, too. These are dark times indeed.
Yeah, indeedy.
Dark times, my friend.
You didn't mention your son in your tale.
Ah, yes. I'm married to a fine woman back in Dinnerham, it's true. She'd give me a son if she could, but that's not likely to ever be. Sandal here.
What happens to her in
found him
Dragon
in
Age
the
2?
deep roads years ago. Abandoned, I think. And he was never quite right in the head. I took him in, and I brought him with me when I came here to the surface. It may not be my blood, true, but I think of him as one.
We left Orzammar.
That's right, boy. Maybe one day we'll
Buddy.
see it again.
Blood isn't all that important.
That's how I've always
Yeah,
felt.
we had a
As long
stepmama,
as he's
right?
happy,
My
so
character.
am I. It's not as if I don't benefit, mind you. Turns out the boy's a natural working with enchantments. He might have even been lyrium-addled. I never thought of that before, to be honest. Happens sometimes. He can work an enchantment into just about anything, however, given some time. Could probably open his own shop. If he can.
Enchantment.
Enchantment?
Well, he does seem to enjoy it at least.
Right, let me see your wares,
I'm
Bodan.
sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected.
Yeah, we'll see about that, won't we? Other. What have you got here? Shit, that's expensive. Okay. You got all that stuff. I probably shouldn't. We'll only use this stuff if we need to. Uncrushable pigeon. Well, someone's not going to be very happy with that, are they? Okay, that's what we want. Mulligan, what are you up to?
What do you wish of me?
I'd like to ask you something.
If you must.
How do I get the shapeshifter thing? Oh yeah. How did you become a shape
I was
changer?
not born such. 'Tis a skill of Flemeth's, taught over many years in the wilds. The chastened have tales of we witches, saying that we assume the forms of creatures to watch them from hiding. When a child is alone and separate from his tribe, that is when we strike, dragging the young boy kicking and screaming to our lair to be devoured. A most amusing legend.
Your mother has been doing this for a long time then.
Changing her form, certainly. Devouring lost children, I cannot say. She has not done it in my experience, though in truth my lifespan is but a fraction of her own. Why do you ask? Is there something specific you wish to know?
Can you change into other human forms as well?
The form of an animal is different from my own. One may study the creature, learn to move as it does, think as it does. In time, this allows one to become as it is. I gain nothing by studying another human. I already am the same as they are. I learn nothing. So the answer is no, my human form is the only one I possess.
Alright. Can anyone become a shape changer?
Anyone with sufficient will. But the act of transformation is a magical one. 'Tis a spell and thus requires a mage's talents. Indeed, you could learn the spells required.
Oh, gimme.
Cared to teach you.
Do you spend a lot of time as an animal?
There were nights when the wilds called to me, 'tis true. You look upon the world around you and you think you know it well. I have smelled it as a wolf, listened as a cat, prowled shadows that you never dreamed existed. But my life is as a human. I am under no illusions to the contrary.
And what do other animals think of you when you're changed?
They do not shy away from me. To their senses, I believe I seem like any other of their species. As to what they think, I truly cannot say. Just as I am still human, no matter my form, they are still animals. Thus they cannot speak, even were I to ask.
True. Very true. There have been Dalish keepers who use similar magic.
Oh? Then I have no doubt your people do much to keep their talents well hidden from humans. I wonder if I was to ask one of your keepers of the origin of their magics, if there would be any relation to what I was taught.
Oh. Huh, that's interesting, isn't it? Because she obviously, well, presumably picked it up from Flemeth, right? She said Flemeth's been doing it for years. We know who Flemeth is. Oh, what a neat little tease. I wonder if... I have no idea. I wonder if the Flemeth real identity thing was known at this point by them then. Either way, that's a neat little tease. That would be intriguing, wouldn't it?
I may even ask my mother about it someday, though I doubt she would tell the truth of it even so.
Well,
Such
she
is
may
her way.
do in the future. That's all I wanted to ask.
Have you an opinion on my abilities, then? Am
No.
I an unnatural abomination to be put to the torch?
Well, I'm Dalish, so obviously I'm going to be cool with them. Maybe tied to a flagpole and tickled.
I wouldn't advise it. But enough of such talk. Let us proceed, lest the dust gather on us.
I need you to shapeshift
What do
me.
you wish of me?
I'd like
If
to
you
ask you
must.
something. Can you teach others to become a shapeshifter?
Possibly, if I had the desire to. I do not.
Rude. Jesus Christ. As you wish. I'm not going to pester you about it.
What do you wish of me?
I thought you had to have her at low friendship for it, but I don't know. I'd like to ask you something. Let's do another little thing. Did you grow up in the Kagari Wilds?
Why do you ask me such questions? I do not probe you for pointless information,
You
do
can
I?
probe me if you want. Do a nice little probe. You can probe me anytime.
Beg pardon then while I jump for joy. What is it you asked if I grew up in the wilds? A curious question. Where else would you picture me? For many years it was simply Flemeth and I. The wilds and its creatures were more real to me than Flemeth's tales of the world of man. In time I grew curious. I left the wilds to explore what lay beyond, never for long.
Makes
Brief
sense.
Forays into a civilized wilderness.
It's only natural to be curious. And you remained unnoticed.
For the most part, Flemeth taught me well. For all that I had been taught, however, the truth of the civilized lands proved to be overwhelming. I was unfamiliar with so much. So confident and bold was I, yet there was much that Flemeth could never have prepared me for.
Very daring. That sounds like you. Let's kick butt. Kiss butt.
Equal parts daring and foolhardy, perhaps. Only once was I accused of being a witch of the wilds, and that by a chastened who happened to be traveling with a merchant caravan. He pointed and gasped, and began shouting in his strange language, and most assumed he was casting some curse upon me. I acted the terrified girl, and naturally, he was arrested.
Very clever. That is quick thinking.
Men are always willing to believe two things about a woman.
Yeah.
One, that she is weak, and two, that she finds him attractive. I played the weakling and battered my eyelashes at the captain of the guard. Child's play. The point being that I was able to move through human lands fairly easily. Whatever humans think a witch of the wild looks like, 'tis not I. Not that I did not have trouble. There are things about human society which have always puzzled me, such as the touching. Why all the touching for a simple greeting?
I've no idea, I'm not human.
Do not speak to me of trivialities. Your culture is not so entirely different. There were many nuances that Flemeth could never tell me of. When to look into another's eyes. How to eat at a table. How to bargain without offending. None of these things I knew. I still do not understand it all, truth be told, but then I gave up long ago any hope of doing so. When I returned to the wilds last, I swore to Flemeth that I had no intention of leaving again.
Well, I'm glad it worked out this way, at least.
Yes? Let's
Yeah,
ignore
I
the
like having
entire
you around.
Darkspawn threat in the presence of a simpleton as your only other Grey Warden ally. Not that I lack appreciation for the intent of your comment.
Poor Alistair.
Thank you. Well, let's get on with it before the ground opens up and swallows us, yes?
Yes, yes indeed. Alright, that's enough for now, Morrigan. You can wait, fellow Levi. You can!
Oh, why, you little...
Shit. Sorry, what? Are you harassing my dog?
Me harassing your dog? I should say it's the other way round. Your furry friend here took offence at me getting near his food. He snapped at me, look.
Well, get your own goddamn food. It's just a warning. You could have taken your hand off.
Don't you think I don't know it? Sometimes I forget that he's a war dog. That'll teach me.
Indeedy, indeedy. Alright. To, where are we going?
Yes.
Indeed.
It's not a smart party,
Indeed.
Yes.
but it's a party I want. I know we don't have a rogue, but my caring is minimal. Oh, do we just go here for the? Let's see. What was that one? Oh, this is Zevran, right? The mod doing its job.
Oh, thank the Maker. We need help. They attacked the wagon. Please help us. Follow me. I'll take you to them.
Yeah, we're coming to this not trap. There's definitely not a trap. Don't let anyone tell you how much of a trap this is. Definitely not. Sten, are you? What are you? You could be alright. Not sure you're prepared for this. Alright, let's make sure you're going first. Say you're not prepared for this. I'm not sure I'm prepared for this. What is that? Hey, buddy. Long time no see. Ooh. It's a fucking tree. Can't believe you dropped a tree on me. That's pretty fucking rude. I probably want to get rid of the mage, right? They're usually bad doo-doo. Okay, let's see.
Now it's a mess. No one's getting out alive.
You know, you might be right there, me. Do some cheeky AoE. Yes, I think I hurt my own people, but that's fine. Sacrifices must be made. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god, everyone's dying. Everyone's dying. Nobody's living. Situation could be better. Not gonna lie. Well, Morrigan's not in too bad of a situation, so that's something. Somebody's making it out of this, alright. Health loot. Great health loot. Let's bang that one. Okay, let's see. So let's try and get rid of them. Okay. Now these sons of guns. You're shooting at me, right? Having none of that. Okay, now move on to that one. Have a little potion. Pick me up. Do a little stun. Okay, who's everyone else fighting? Yeah, I think you've all picked good choices. I'm fine with that. Alright, Stan might need a little heal soon. Alright, we got this. Easy peasy. Never any doubt. The elven assassin is wounded and unconscious, but alive. It's fucking Raven. You could tie him up and talk to him if you wished. Wake him up and talk to him. Hello.
Oh, what? I rather thought I would wake up dead, or not wake up at all, as the case may be. But I see you haven't killed me yet.
Well, you're supposed to have tattoos. I guess I've done the mod wrong somehow. I have some... that could easily be rectified.
Of that I have no doubt. You are most skilled. If you haven't killed me, however, you must have kept me alive for some purpose, yes?
You seem awfully glib for a prisoner.
It is my way, or so I am told. Let's see then. I assume you kept me alive to ask me some questions, yes?
Yes.
If so, let me save you time and get right to the point. My name is Zevran. Zev to my friends.
Hi, Zev.
I am a member of the Antivan Crows, brought here for the sole purpose of slaying any surviving Grey Wardens. Which
Good
I
work with that.
failed at.
Yeah, I'm rather happy you failed.
So would I be, in your shoes. For me, however, it sets a rather poor precedent, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Captured by a target seems a tad detrimental to one's budding assassin.
There's one way to put it. Too bad for you, then.
Yes, it's true. Too bad for me.
What aren't even crows?
An order of assassins, of course, out of Antiva. I suppose you wouldn't hear much of them out here, but where I come from, we're rather infamous.
Not for being good assassins, I see.
Oh, fine. Is that what you Fereldans do? Mock your prisoners? Such cruelty.
You came all the way from Antiva?
Not precisely. I was in the neighborhood when the offer came. The crows get around, you see.
I see. Who hired you to kill us?
A rather taciturn fellow in the capital. Logan, I think his name was. Yes, that's it.
Does that mean you're loyal to Logain?
I have no idea what his issues are with you. The usual, I imagine. You threaten his power, yes?
Yeah.
Beyond that, no, I am not loyal to him. I was contracted to perform a service.
And now you've failed that service.
Oh, well, that's between Loghain and the crows, and between the crows and myself.
And between you and me.
Isn't that what we're establishing now?
When were you to see him next?
I wasn't. If I had succeeded, I would have returned home and the crows would have informed your Loghain of the results, if he didn't already know. If I had failed, I would be dead, or I should be, at least as far as the crows are concerned. No need to see Loghain then.
If you had failed, yeah.
What can I say, huh? I am an eternal optimist.
Well, I've used
Although
that,
the
bro.
chances of succeeding at this point seem a bit slim, don't they?
A little bit, you know, on the tiny side.
No, I don't suppose you'd find that funny, would you?
How much were you paid?
I wasn't paid anything. The crows, however, were paid quite handsomely, or so I understand. Which does make me about as poor as a chantry mouse, come to think of it. Being an Antivan crow isn't for the ambitious, to be perfectly honest.
Then why are you one?
Well, aside from a distinct lack of ambition, I suppose it's because I wasn't given much of a choice. The crows bought me young. I was a bargain, too, or so I'm led to believe. But don't let my sad story influence you. The crows aren't so bad. They keep one well supplied. Wine, women, men, whatever you happen to fancy. Though the whole severance package is garbage, let me tell you. If you're considering joining, I'd really think twice about
Nah, I'm good. Thanks, I'll take that under advisement.
You seem like a bright lad. I'm sure you've other options.
Yeah. Why are you telling me all this?
Why not? I wasn't paid for silence. Not that I offered it for sale, precisely.
Aren't you at least loyal to your employers? Nah. Were you paid to talk my ear off then?
Consider it something I'm throwing in for free. Please, if you're done with the interrogation, I have a proposal for you.
Go on,
if
then.
you're of a mind.
I'm listening. Make it quick.
Well, here's the thing. I failed to kill you, so my life
You
is forfeit.
did.
That's how it works. If you don't kill me, the crows will. Thing is, I like living.
Fair.
You obviously are the sort to give the crows pause, so let me serve you instead.
Can I expect the same amount of loyalty from you?
I happen to be a very loyal person. Up until the point where someone expects me to die for failing. That's not a fault, really, is it? I mean, unless you're the sort who would do the same thing, in which case I don't come very well recommended, I suppose.
What's to stop you from finishing the job later?
To be completely honest, I was never given much of a choice regarding joining the crows. They bought me on the slave market when I was a child. I think I paid my worth back to them plus tenfold. The only way out, however, is to sign up with someone they can't touch. Even if I did kill you now, they might just kill me on principle for failing the first time. Honestly, I'd rather take my chances with you.
Alright. Won't they come after you?
Possibly. I happen to know their wily ways, however. I can protect myself as well as you. Not that you seem to need much help.
Thank you,
And
thank
if
you.
not, well, it's not as if I had many alternatives to start with, is it?
Must think I'm royally stupid.
I think you're royally tough to kill.
Thank you.
I'm only hoping that you're stupid. That was a joke. Let me rephrase that. I'm hoping that you're the sort of fellow that takes a chance.
Yeah.
Yes?
What do you want in return?
Well, let's see. Being allowed to live would be nice.
I can
and
imagine.
Would make me marginally more useful to you. And somewhere down the line, if you should decide that you no longer have need of me, then I go on my way. Till then, I'm yours. Is that fair?
You know what? Very well. I accept your offer.
What? You're
Sorry.
taking the assassin
Yeah,
with us now?
yeah, what's happening,
Does that
all
really
this
seem
stuff.
like a good idea?
Sorry. Don't worry about it. We could use him.
All right. I see your point. Still, if there was a sign we were desperate, I think it just knocked on the door and said hello.
Hello.
Fine plan. But I would examine your food and drink far more closely from now on, were I you.
That's excellent advice for anyone. I hereby pledge my oath of loyalty to you until such a time as you choose to release me from it.
Lovely.
I'm your man without reservation. This I swear.
Your ass clipping a bit, mate. Doc, what are you doing now?
Vashaden.
Yes.
I'm confused. Right, that's the mod doing that, yeah. Poor Orzammar. This is fine for now. Oh, and over them like that. Ooh, what a letter. Friends from Red Jenny. Let's have a look-see. I think. Zevran Arani. The Crows send their regards. Between the Tevinter Imperium, Ravane, and the Free Marches sits the nation of Antiva. Although it possesses a few resources of its own, Antiva's location makes it the center of trade in the north. And the capital, Antiva City, is the wealthiest in the world. Antiva has virtually no army. The monarchy is too weak to support one. Most Antivans would be hard-pressed even to name the current king, as the true power lies in the hands of a dozen merchant princes, each with a personal army, and each locked in a constant struggle for power against all the others. Anyone would think, then, that Antiva would be a ripe target for invasion by one of her neighbors, but even the Canary leave Antiva alone for one very good reason: the House of Crows. The most efficient, most feared, and most expensive guild of assassins in the world calls Antiva their home, and their reputation alone defends the borders. Zevran was the crow contracted by Loghain to assassinate Alistair and Caspar. One failed attempt later, however, he found himself at the mercy of his would-be victims. They showed him an unexpected mercy, and in return, he swore to aid the Wardens on their quest to end the Blight. Was there a actual... Oh, there we go. Friends of Red Jenny. The task was never promised to be easy. You said you could enter the Circle Tower, and you were believed. Find the small painted box in the first Enchanter Irving's office, and deliver it to the door marked in Denerim as agreed. Or be prepared to find yourself hunted across Ferelden. Friends of Red Jenny. There is a sketch map of several doors. It requires the box to be placed on it to block out false leads. Cool. Cool.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
No. I refuse. Ooh. A Shua. Some lovely dare fruit. Don't mind if I do. Can't go down there, but that's fine. Didn't want to anyway. Going down there is for losers. Yep. Oh, Caspar. Yes, I would like to gather my party and venture forth. Do not ask again. Ooh. Piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
All right.
You'll have to forgive me if I seem a bit nervous. Not many people travelling in this part of Ferelden. Of course, that's part of my problem, isn't it?
Isn't it, though?
You all got spooked by a wisp and ran off into the woods. Now what do I do?
Just what are you doing out here?
Waiting for my helper to find the damn mule, of course. Freezing! Oh, I suppose you meant, why am I out here?
Yeah,
As
buddy.
in this part of the country.
Yeah,
Allow
buddy.
me to introduce myself. Felix de Grosbois, merchant and entrepreneur at your service.
We really need to not advertise that we're a warden, so I'm Caspar, pleased to meet you.
I don't normally take this route, but with the war, I was hoping for a bit of luck and good weather in the mountains.
Oh, yeah.
Sadly, I've had neither.
Oh, bloody hell.
This trip has been one miserable disaster after another. I don't suppose you consider helping a fellow out?
Help a fellow out how?
Of all the other things that went wrong, the worst is this artifact I brought in Jada. It's a control rod, I'm told, for a golem.
Oh, you don't
No
say.
point in me keeping it, however, as I'll never get to use it. But, maybe you could?
How much do you want for it?
Nothing. I just don't want to have to lug around something that might be taken for a gemstone by some bandit. To be honest, I don't even know if it'll be useful to you. I paid too much to simply throw it away.
What does the control rod do?
The dwarf I brought it from said it activates and controls a golem. So long as you have it in your hand, the golem does what you say.
Snazzy.
Useful, no? I mean, you look like the sort who could use one. Yes?
I'm trying to say, what's the catch?
The catch? Yeah, I suppose it is a catch, isn't it?
Yeah.
The catch is that the golem didn't come with the rod.
Rude.
It's supposed to be down in a village down south, waiting to be activated. Even if I could get down there, which I can't, I understand the place has been overrun by darkspawn. That's not such an issue for adventurous types like yourself, surely?
Nah,
I'm hoping that's so, at least.
We're to deal with the darkspawn. How do I know this will even
The
work?
fellow I brought it from is a long-standing contact. He didn't want to come to Ferelden, however, with all our troubles. He said he got it from the man who owned this golem. But to be honest, I have no idea if it will work. Hence the low price.
Meh.
What do you say?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I could use
Just
it.
as well. As I mentioned before, you'll find the golem down south, in a town called...
Stay
Honor.
safe.
I'll mark it here on your map. Just hold up the rod and say Dulaf Gar. That
What?
will
What?
come up, so I'm
Yeah, I
told.
can do that.
I hope it works.
Personal golem sounds good.
Best of luck to you then. Now, I guess it's up to me to find that mule myself.
Muley. Molly. Alright, let's go find ourselves a golem. What are you? I assume you're for one of the other. Oh, maybe that's the... What's the guy one? I believe there's a way to get Loghain without... So you can still have Alistair become king, but he's pissed with you. So you don't get to keep him as a companion. I kind of want to go that route, because I don't think I've ever had Loghain in Inquisition. But I don't want anything bad to happen to Alistair. What we got? Genlocks, easy.
Where's the next one?
Alrighty. There's quite a lot more.
I love how desperate you are. You're pathetic.
You are pathetic, Mr. Darkspawn, it's true. The man speaks the truth. Ooh, what we got up here? Come to Papa.
Let's see some blood.
One second, let me turn the sound effect audio down a little bit. Speaking quite loudly. Okay.
Now it's better than later.
Easy peasy. Psh, Darkspawn, Schmarkspawn. Okay, well we can't do that. That is going to be difficult going forward if I don't bring a road. Maybe I should have put the
Now it's better than
thingy on that lets other people open chests. The mod. Probably wouldn't have been a terrible idea. Alright, we got the alpha. Are you the alpha? You are.
It's your time to die.
Let's just have everybody focus on this boy, thank you.
What is your command?
What is your command? What is my command? It's a good question. I'm not sure.
Got it.
Help me, Alistair. He didn't like me. Nice.
Now it's better than later.
Oh shit. Let's do a little. I have made some enemies. Oh shit, Alistair. Morgan, do you have heal? You don't. I mean, that seems in character, to be fair. Okay, I'm not doing too great either.
Is it time to kill something?
Okay. I see you. I just hope that you know you're next. See? Told you. You will run, you son of a gun.
This'll be fun.
What are you doing? Okay, you're not next anymore. Found a new enemy. Yeah, what Sten said.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get
Don't
off
you
my
say it.
back?
Don't you say it. How dare you say it. Well, I suspect we'll need that. Nice. What does this do? What are you? You know what, fuck it. We shall take you. Why not?
All right.
Ooh, a note. How fancy. A note from Honolith Village Council. Mistress Matilda. The council has unanimously agreed to put you in charge of the decorations for Honolith's upcoming Fathers Festival. We all adored what you did with the village for the winter solstice. As usual, the statue must be adorned with items that capture the essence of the season. Iris kindly offered to use her wide-brimmed straw hat with the berries and daisies, and would love to see it on the statue. Father Goodman will also donate some of his baby pumpkins. We think a garland of small pumpkins and ribbons draped about the statue's shoulders would be lovely. Whatever you decide will be splendid, I'm sure, and we're all looking forward to it. Councilman Murray. He died that day. That is sad. What does this do? Master of Shapeshifters. Alters the forms of bear shape and spider shape, allowing the caster to become a bearkin and a corrupted spider, but considerably more powerful than their base forms. In those forms, the shapeshifter also gains Overwhelm. Additionally, the flying swarm shape drains health from foes whenever the main swarm inflicts damage. I never touched the shape-shifting stuff. I'm not sure how useful it would be. I feel like I bring a mage for range stuff. I say, as an arcane warrior. Death magic. While active, the caster draws in nearby enotropic energy, draining residual life force from any dead enemy nearby to heal the caster. It seems quite nice. Look at. Where's your tactics? Why is that set to less than 50% for Winner's Grasp? Seems like an odd thing. Self. Any. Use activate mode. Death magic. Booyah. See, that makes sense for it to be. Sure. Works. You don't appear to be doing it, even though I told you to. What is this? Basket of birdseed.
Can I get you a ladder so you can
The
get off my
basket is
back?
almost empty. Most of the birdseed seems to have been something or other. Continue.
What we are looking at is a golem. It would appear it is defunct, though there may be a way to revive it yet.
On closer inspection, you see that the statue is embedded with numerous crystals, some of them cracked. Maybe of dwarven make. Dulefga! Activate the golem. Nothing happens. Apparently either the rod is not working or the code is incorrect. Interesting. Can we do it again? Okay. Beautiful. Well, let's go find our answer, shall we? Strange cluster crystal. Sure. Goddamn bloody locked chests. Alistair, where you at? Gonna need you to go in there first, sir. Do it on, thank you.
Yes? All right.
I think you took too long to do that, dude.
I'll get on it.
Sneaking suspicion. Aw, Stan, you tried to help me. What a guy. You could do with that. Alright. Oh god. I've made some enemies. Don't know what I did wrong. They're perfectly acceptable. Maybe. Maybe not. Never will I get off your back. I'm going to plant myself there. Like a tree.
On your guard, wretch!
Yeah, wretch. Yeah, get wretched. Take a lesser
Can I
potion.
get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
I mean, they might have been burnt to death, but at least they had some health returning on, so. That's all we can really hope for in the end.
Now's better than later.
Lucky them, I'd say. Lucky them.
I'll get on it.
Nice. Wilhelm's Special Brew. Wilhelm's Special Brew. What does that say? A dark-coloured ale gives off a thick, oaky smell. Swirling in the tankard, you notice it take an unexpected glow. Interesting. Oh, hi. How you doing? I'm gonna run. See ya. They have a mage. I just want to point out to everyone on the team, they have a mage. Okay, the mage did not get completely frozen, which is not good. He's dead though. So, concern lessened a little bit, to be honest. Oh, he didn't even get frozen. Get yourself a little heal. A little pick me up.
Is it time to heal something?
You're going down, son, whether you like it or not. Meow.
Can I get you
Meow, say.
so you can get off my back?
Why? Who do you think you're still shooting at? What is this nonsense? There we go. No worries. It all went fine. Oh, do that. Well, over that. Get down to
Can I
that.
get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
Get down to that. Ooh, a ladder. Would appear you could get me a ladder. No. Assume that just takes me back out. Ooh, a decades-old lasso. Well, it would be rude not to snoop. Madame, I can assure you that the Circle of Magi is not a sacrilegious institution, and that, indeed, we operate under the supervision of the Chantry. It would make our investigation of your husband's death that much easier if you would simply cooperate with us. I'm disappointed to hear that you sold the Golem's activation rod. I understand both it and your husband were an invaluable aid to King Marek during the war against Orlais. Without the rod, we cannot discern whether Wilhelm's golem was responsible for his murder. The golem will simply have to remain where it is unless the villagers can find a means to destroy it. Our condolences to you and your son for your loss. I imagine it is of little consolation to you, but your husband is much admired here and will be missed. Maker keep you, First Enchanter Arlen. Alright, what's up?
By the Maker, we're saved.
No, I'm not the Maker.
You
I'm
weren't
Caspar.
sent by the band, were you? To save us?
Nah. I doubt anyone thought you were still alive.
I suppose I should be grateful that someone came at all, then. Thank you. But if you weren't sent by someone, why are you here? If you don't mind me asking.
I do mind you asking. How dare you? I bought a control rod, but it doesn't work.
A control rod? Do you mean the one for Shale?
Yeah, that's the one. A fellow mage. Well, I see people calling you in, do we? Preferential treatment.
That damnable golem brought us nothing but trouble. My mother sold the rod years ago after it killed my father, and good riddance.
But she didn't sell that golem too. Seems a bit daft. Is it dead? It's just standing out there.
It's deactivated, I think. I don't really know. It's been like that ever since the day my father died. My father's name was Wilhelm. Mage to the Isles of Redcliffe and a hero in the war against Orlais. And what did he get? One day, my mother found him outside the tower, with so many broken bones she could barely recognize him.
Crikey.
And Shale standing over him, just like it is now. My father deserved better than that. But if you really want to wake Shale up, well, it's yours now.
Not convinced that's gonna be true. Except the rod doesn't work. Nothing happens.
My mother might have passed along the wrong command phrase when she sold the rod. She said she never wanted to see Shale active again. Look, I'll tell you the command phrase, but I'll need your help first. I know you already saved my life, and I'm grateful, but my daughter is inside the laboratory. She was afraid and ran too far in before I could stop her. I don't know how she made it past my father's defenses. One of the men tried to go after her. He was killed, but you could find her, couldn't you?
Go on then. How do you even know she's still alive? Well, that seems a bit insensitive. What killed this man who went after
There
her?
are defenses my father put down here to keep strangers out. I knew about the barrier, I had the key for that, but the rest of it, well, we never came down here. Ever.
I'll see if I can find her.
You will? Thank the Maker! My father's laboratory is just past the next area, I think. She has to be there.
Alright, I'll do a look-see.
Got it.
Don't like these cobwebs. Oh, lovely. What a lovely scream.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
Not at all foreboding. I guess that's who died. Alright. Everyone on him.
So be it.
Sorry about it.
Alright. Now's better than later.
Yeah, I get frozen mid-air, you son of a gun. What do you think about that? Sorry, Alistair. Sacrifices have to be made, sir. No rogue, no open. Okay.
Now's better than later.
Going to have to bring a rogue to Orzammar with me, aren't I? Bollocks. Oh, this. Yes, yes.
Oh, look,
I remember.
someone's come to play. You have come to play, haven't you?
I had come to play,
Fun
yes.
game. It's better with more people.
Who is we?
Kitty and me, of course.
Yes,
You
of
don't
course.
see anyone else here, do you? Anyway, you should go if you're not going to play. Kitty finds you distracting.
Well, Casey can suck my nuts. Cat finds me. Don't know where to go. The cat finds me distracting.
Kitty's clever. She says you want to take me back to my father, but I'm not going. She would be lonely.
You are so kind, Amalia. I would miss you dearly if you left.
Step away from that creature, Amalia. Hurry.
No, leave me alone. Kitty!
Nothing you say will convince Amalia to go with you. She loves only me.
You little manipulative
I
shit.
am her friend, while you are just a stranger.
What have you done to her?
I have done nothing. I am all but powerless. The mage made sure of that, didn't he? I cannot
Good
leave this
mage.
chamber. No, Amalia found me. After decades of isolation, her company is welcome. It seems we are at an impasse, so let me propose a compromise.
Yeah.
Release me, mortal, and let me have the girl. Let us return to her father and leave this place forever.
Define, let me have the girl.
That's such a crude way of putting it. I do not wish to harm Amalia. I merely want to see your world through her eyes. Is that so wrong?
Does that not scare you, Amalia? I'll free you, and you can have the girl.
Thank you. You are very gracious.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
mage's
definitely.
lords hold me within this chamber, and only a mortal may approach them. There is a trick to disarming the wards, but I do not know it. Perhaps you will succeed where the girl failed.
Oh,
But
this is so
me no
exciting.
think so
Kitty's
good.
going to be free. I've always wanted a cat, and Kitty is so perfect and pretty.
Kitty's a piece of shit. Okay.
I like it when Kitty sings to me.
Kid, I don't care. I don't care what you like. Alright, we need one that goes that way.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
You keep promising me a ladder, and yet I see no ladder.
Father doesn't like cats.
All right.
But he never met Kitty.
Well, I don't think Father wants to meet Kitty. I think Father's less dumb than you think.
All right.
No, there is no alrights. It's never alright.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
Please. Okay. Okay. Right.
Kitty says Grandpa Wilhelm locked her up in this room. Isn't that awful?
Morgan, you're on fire. Oh god, I'm on fire. Morgan, we're gonna have to talk about this later. Okay.
All right.
Kitty is my best friend.
Kitty is a piece of shit.
Got it.
I need you to know this, okay? It's important to me. Morgan.
Tis you.
You. Fuck you, Morgan.
Thinking about the sun, silly.
I'll get on it.
Who are you calling silly? Now we're towards the end, things are getting a bit more confusing. So ideally, we want this over here,
All right.
and this.
Tell me a story.
You don't deserve a story. You've been naughty. Very badly behaved.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? Now's better than later.
My back yearns for your ladder. Hmm.
Oh, it's a flower. Is it a daffodil? I like daffodils.
Nobody cares.
All right, all right.
Nobody
Can I get you a
cares.
ladder so you can get off my back?
Kitty says Grandpa Wilhelm locked her up in this room. Isn't that awful?
Nah. Sheet. Okay. So I need another that goes
He's my
that
best
way.
friend.
One day I'll make you understand how much of a piece of shit Kitty is. One day. So close, and yet so far. Oh, I think we got it.
I was thinking
Nice.
about this.
Easy peasy.
Yes. I can feel the magic fading. Oh, I had forgotten how it feels not to be caged.
Run, Kitty. Run.
What's happening?
Run, kid.
Wonderful thing, my dear, for both of us.
And where will you go after this?
Anywhere. Close your eyes, my darling. This will take but a moment.
Run, kid. Can I stop this? Oh. Well, I goofed.
Yes, this is what I wanted. To see, to feel, as mortals do. Yes. I will go now to my father.
No, please
He would
don't.
be happy to see.
No, give me options. Please, give me options. The fuck? Fuck this nonsense. Reloading. What was the point in me picking the lie option
I can feel the magic fading.
if I don't get to do anything from that?
I had forgotten how it feels not to be caged.
So weird that they don't give you any
What's
choices after
happening?
that
A
happens.
wonderful thing, my dear, for both of us.
Keep your hands off the girl, demon.
Betrayal! You will not take the girl. She is mine.
Kitty, you're scaring me. I won't let you inside me. I won't.
So run. Oh, there we go. Well, so yeah. Morrigan disapproves? Really, Morrigan? That's messed up.
Got it.
I thought you were cool, Morrigan. I mean, not that cool, but still. Cool. Okay, well, this does not bode well. Okay, we're getting there. Poor Alistair, not so much. Yeesh, I'm on fire. Codex updated. Well, now would be a really reasonable time to read it, wouldn't it, I think. Desire Demon. In all my studies, I must say that the most intriguing was my interview with the Desire Demon. That creature was willing to speak with me as was a sign that this was no more a mere monster, mindlessly driven by its nature, but rather a traditional, rational being, as interested in me as it was in it. It took a form that I would call female, though I had no doubt it could appear otherwise. I wondered if it had appeared as if it did because I wanted it to, or because I expected it to. She, and indeed I, could only think of her as such now. smiled warmly at me, and laughed, a musical sound that seemed to thrill my old heart. So frightened was I of this creature's legendary abilities to twist the hearts of men, and so relieved was I when I looked across the table into her dark eyes. This was a fearsome creature of the Fade, but as I spoke with her I slowly came to realize that this demon was merely a misunderstood, as we mages are ourselves. From the journal of former senior enchanter Malleus, once of the Circle of Ravane, declared apostate in 920 Dragon. Of all the threats from beyond the veil, few are more insidious and deceptively deadly than the Desire Demon. In folklore, such demons are characterized as peddlers of lust, luring their prey into a sexual encounter only to be slain at the culmination. While the Desire Demon can indeed deal in pleasure, in truth they deal with any manner of desire that humans can possess, wealth, power, and beauty, to name a few. Far more intelligent than the bestial hunger and rage demons, and more ambitious than the demons of sloth, these dark spirits are among the most skilled at tempting mages into possession. Many who serve the whims of a Desire Demon never realize it. They are manipulated by illusions and deceit, if not outright mind control. Although these demons are reluctant to resort to such crude measures, instead they seem to take great pleasure in corruption. The greater the deceit, the greater their victory. Only demons of pride prove more fearsome opponents when roused with their abilities to affect the mind, allow them to assume disguises, and even alter the environment to their purposes, not to mention the great strength and speed they possess. They should have to resort to more physical means. Most often, a Desire Demon will attempt to bargain its way to freedom, if overpowered. Many stories exist that depict mages defeating Desire Demons to the point where a wish can be wrested from them. It should be noted that in such stories the demon almost always gets the upper hand, even when the mage thinks his wish has been granted. Not too surprising. Ash Wraith. Legend has it that when Andraste's ashes were taken into hiding, some of their closest disciples gave themselves to the fire, and that their restless souls might remain to guard her final resting place forever. Whether they are the spirits of Andraste's disciples or merely Fade spirits, the temple that houses the sacred urn is filled with wraiths. Created from a burnt corpse, an ash wraith is a powerful and amorphous opponent able to lash and smother while being immune to most physical attacks. Even if successfully dispersed, it can reform at a later time. Magic is the only real way to fight such a creature, wind and ice attacks being the most useful. They are capable of creating small whirlwinds that are devastating to anyone unfortunate enough to get close, and their touch leaves a person drained. I could take a wild guess and say they're definitely not all Andraste's followers. There's a bit too many of them for that to be the case, I think. Oh, hello. Jesus, that was close. Oof, there we go. Stupid kitty. God damn it, kitty. Where's Cartman when you need him? Oh, it's a belt. Yeah, I think I'd rather have that. That does not do anything. Warrior Rogue. Where's Stan? Boom. Alright, let's return. Oh, never mind. Bode well, that does not. Why? You should be stunned, what the hell? Oh shit. I've still got everyone to stand still. Whoops a daisy. Because you're all studying my bloody puzzle. Can only blame each and every one of you. and not me. Never me. Oh, I missed the book. New Codex, the Journal of Enchanter Wilhelm. 13 Pluiantinis. The interrogation of the demon is going well, and is rather fascinating, provided that what it is saying is true. I've sent all my research so far to the first enchanter Arden, and while he is concerned about my safety, he does not think there is a reason to stop just yet. All I hope is that the Templars do not discover what I am doing. How will we ever find another way to deal with the demonic possession of Chantry does not let us research it. 20 Aloviesta. Young Matthias nearly wandered down here again today, and this time I forgot to leave the barrier up. I believe I will key the defenses to ignore anyone of my blood. I would rather have the boy stumble into the laboratory than have him killed by my forgetfulness, so this is why she could go in there then. Poor lad, all he wants is to know why his father spends so much time beneath the tower. I'll spend more time with him soon, I swear it. Aloviesta, Shale is acting strangely. I wonder if it should discontinue my experiments upon it. I'm so near a breakthrough, I'm certain. Perhaps it is best if I focus on the demon. 2. Matrionalius. The demon almost managed to get away again. Tricky. I shall have to be more careful. Young Eamon sent a letter asking me to return to Redcliffe. I shall have to consider it soon. 11. Matrionalis. Could it be? What an intriguing discovery, especially considering that the demon was attempting to keep me from it at all costs. Or did it lead me to the information by seemingly denying it from me? I must discover the truth. 19. Umbralia. I think it is time to dismiss the demon. It is too dangerous for me to continue holding it, and I cannot discount the possibility that this is having some influence over the golem. Or is it my experiments? I will try to deactivate Shale for the time being, and then deal with the demon once and for all. Let it end here. There are no further entries, so it didn't go well then, did it, buddy? Hello. Oh, never mind. Nice work, team. We're kicking ass. The PZs are easy.
You did it!
I did.
You freed her!
I did.
Thank you so much!
I'm sorry I ran away, Daddy. I was so scared.
It's all right, Butterfly. You're safe now. All the bad creatures are gone. The phrase to activate Shale is Dulan Han. If you still want that bloody thing.
I do.
I wouldn't if I were you. Now we should go, and quickly. Thank you again. We owe you our lives.
Yeah, it's all cool. I can't believe he Commander Shepard me. Rude. Alright, Shale, old buddy, old pal. Join the team. You know you want to. Dulan Han. Done. Oh, that's right. You find yourself living. Hello.
I knew that the day would come when someone would find the control rod. And of course, it is another mage. That is what it is. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Just
sorry.
my luck.
Sorry about that. Hello to you too.
I stood here in this spot and watched the wretched little villagers scurry around me for, oh, I have no idea how long. Many, many years.
Yeah.
And the villagers had no idea they were being watched. Creepy.
One wonders that you wouldn't be grateful to the one who allowed you to stretch your legs, Gollum.
Thank you, Morrigan. Thank you.
Another mage, I see. Charming. I was just beginning to get used to the quiet, too. Tell me, are all the villagers dead?
I take it that wouldn't concern you.
Familiarity breeds contempt, as they say, and after 30 years as a captive audience, I was as familiar with these villagers as one could possibly be. Not that I wish their fate on them, no. But it did make for a delightful change of pace.
Did you watch the attack?
Not as much as it would think. There was running and screaming, and then days and days of watching the Darkspawn prowl around. I would never have thought there could be something less interesting than the villagers, but there it was. Well, go on then. Out with it.
Rude.
What is its command?
Do you have a name?
Perhaps. I may have forgotten after all the years of being called Gollum. Gollum, fetch me that chair. Do be a good Gollum and squash that insipid bandit. And
Rude.
let's not forget, Gollum, pick me up. I tire of walking. It does have the control rod, doesn't it?
It does.
I am awake, so it must.
Is something wrong?
I see the control rod, yet I feel... Go on, order me to do something.
What? Why?
Go on. It will be fun.
Alright, walk over there.
And, nothing. I feel nothing.
Good for you.
I feel no compulsion to carry out its command. I suppose this means the rod is... broken?
Indeedy. Shouldn't you be happy about that?
I suppose if I can't be commanded, this means I have free will.
Yeah.
Yes. It is simply, what should I do? I have no memories beyond watching this village for so long. I have no purpose. I find myself at a bit of a loss. What about it? It must have awoken me for some reason. No.
I mean, you could
What
stop
did it
calling me
intend to
it.
do with me?
That's an option. I hadn't given it much thought.
I see. Wonderful. I suppose I have two options, do I not? Go with it or go elsewhere? I do not even know what lies beyond this village.
You're going to keep calling me it.
Yes, very likely.
What do you want today?
I watched this village for so long, unable to move or act. My memories of anything before are vague at best. So I have no idea what I want to do. I'm glad to be mobile. Is that not enough?
You killed your former master.
I remember that I had a former master. The mage with the furry brows who poked and prodded and barked orders. Did I kill him? I hope I did. Perhaps the last order he barked was, Gollum, stop crushing my head. Ah.
No, she didn't call him it.
Yes, I'm just funny that way.
How do I know you can be trusted?
I have no idea. How does it trust anything else without a control rod?
Fair. Good point.
They haven't killed it yet. I consider this a good sign.
You're welcome to go with me.
Are you certain you want to bring that thing with us?
Yeah, she's too much fun not to bring along.
And large.
Think of it as a portable battering ram.
Good point. Better it than me, anyhow.
I will follow it about then. For now. I am called Shale, by the way.
Thank you, Shale. I'm Caspar. Pleased to meet you.
This should be interesting.
Alright. You're out of here, Alistair. Codex updated, chilled. What can I say? I have a heart of stone. The golems of Orzammar once made up the vanguard of the Dwarven army, holding back the tides of darkspawn that flooded out of the deep roads, but the art of making them was lost, and many of them succumbed to the wear and damage in battle. Shale has no memories either of the time spent fighting in the deep roads, or of coming to Honlev. Only a few spotty and bitter recollections of its master. Caspar unearthed Shale's control rod and awakened it, adding a bitter, malfunctioning golem to the menagerie of companions. Right. Welcome to the team, Shale. Do you want to talk about this place? What's with the heavy sighs?
Oh, that. merely reflecting on the hopeless nature of the task in front of it.
Oh.
The most likely outcome is that it and its companions will become a stain on some rock for the Darkspawn to tread upon.
It's true, but you don't have to say
Be
it.
moved to a single tear by the tragedy.
Gee, thank you. Won't we be right next to your stain?
I think not. I am made of pure rock, skin to core.
True,
At
true.
best, I can become a pile of dust, but a smear I will definitely not leave behind. That's for softer, squishier things like itself and its friends.
Thank you.
What's that? Did it hear flapping wings? There may be pigeons nearby. We should be
Ooh.
alert.
Shale did not like that. Terribly sorry, Shale. How dare I be so rude? Fuck it. We'll take it. Oh no. Just pointing out, not a pigeon. It's not a pigeon, Shale. God, that big splitter of bud. Right, we'll go back to camp real quick. Catch up with our newbies. And then we'll go to you, Awesome. Is everyone newbie?
Here I am.
Here you are. Care to answer some questions?
This should be good. Go ahead.
What does it take to become an assassin?
Well, the crows would have you believe that it is an involved process that takes years of training. The sort that tests both your resolve and your endurance. Survive that process and maybe, just maybe, you're good enough to start being considered one of them. But quite frankly, the truth is that all it requires is a desire to kill people for a living. It's surprising how well one can do in such a field.
Lovely. Doesn't take any special skill?
I don't know about that. It's simply a slightly different skill set from your average killer as I see it. An assassin simply specializes in striking from stealth, and in maximizing that first attack to be as lethal as possible. Debilitate your foe, either by poison or by crippling their limbs, makes any
Lovely.
follow-up combat you need to engage in that much simpler.
You always use poison then?
I do. It is not something inherent in an assassin's skills, however, merely something complementary. Of course, the crows like to pretend that their abilities are trade secrets, shrouded in shadows and wrapped in a blanket of mystery. So let's just keep this between you and me, shall we?
Sure thing, buddy. I'll talk to you later. Shall. Indeedy. I would have expected golems to be different.
Different? Different than what?
Different than you.
Statue? Different than a log? Should I talk in a monotone? Yes, master, I exist to serve the master. I shall kill for the master and only for the master.
Please.
Perhaps it expected me to have a booming voice. Recite limericks.
I would hate for you to have a different voice.
Recite limericks, if it likes.
I love your current voice. Are they dirty limericks?
Mostly they involve slaughtering pigeons in creative and invasive manners. I have never met another golem. I have no idea what one might be like, or why I wouldn't be like them. Why? Has it met other golems? Did they not sound as I do?
I don't believe I have. You just seem very animated.
I don't know what other golems might be like, but I am already superior by virtue of my free will.
Fair.
This is a good thing.
I agree. Being a golem would be handy.
Imagine the benefits. No need to eat or sleep or perform other functions. Walk underwater, crush the heads of every opponent. The possibilities are limitless.
You and crushing
Barring
bloody
the occasional
heads.
30 years or so of paralysis, there's little to compare. Now stop talking so much. The wagging of its moist little tongue is distracting.
Thank you for wording it like that. Really, really necessary, thank you. Where's the newbies? Seven. Okay. Do you want a barbarian helmet? Because you're having one. No, useful here for you? Let's see. Can I make you tanky? I don't remember. We're gonna try. Electricity resistance. Plus 2 armor. Well, it would be rude not to. Okay, so 5, 5, 5, and it's just a case of I want cold damage. We got a cold thing going on. Sure. Oh, Papa, buddy. Do we have whatever you need? I don't know that we do we? Oh, okay. Right, just gonna go for a pee real quick, and then we'll make our way to Oscar. Not Oscar, Ozamar. Bloody hell, at least I didn't call it Iron Forge this time. I usually get those two mixed up. Right, BRB. Alright, I'm back. Onwards. Okay, so bring a rogue, bring you custodian there. For now, Morrigan, you can come with, but when we go into the deep roads, I'm probably going to switch you out. Terribly sorry about that. Doing what I gotta do, you know? Yeah. Alright. What is it? What is it this time?
Stop eating.
Listen.
I'm hungry. Stuff your face at camp. For now, watch the bloody road.
Rush them and spring your own ambush for a change.
Enemies ahead.
Did that make a difference? Okay, let's see. Oh, Zevron's getting beat on. Jesus. What's going on, Zevron? Why are you getting your butt kicked so hard? Who made you? Okay, wow. Really endearing yourself to the team here, Zevron. Let's give ourselves a little heal.
Someone's going to fall. It sure won't be me.
Do along that. I got down tonight. Oh, that's the leader.
So be it.
Blast damnation.
You'll get no mercy from me.
Alright, Shell's taking aggro right now. Let's try Grumpy Bandit.
Show them no
There we go. Oh, more. Come here, you. Give you a right, Shale. Do you want to heal? Here you go. That did not heal you much, huh?
Let's see some blood.
Okay. I think we're good to go now. No, there's more. Never mind. When in doubt, there's always more.
Let's see what you're made of.
This asshole not getting frozen. What the hell? There we go. Okay, no, there's still more. Fucking hell. Rude. Pretty rude, actually.
This'll be fun.
Indeed. Alright. Are we... Nah, you're alright. I think we're done. Maybe. Severin, buddy? I don't see any more enemies. God damn it. What's happening?
I suppose I'm not completely indestructible.
I am fuck you, game. Jesus Christ.
I need help.
You need help! I just got blown up. Can you respawn already, dude? Thank you. I need you. I hope you got lockpicking. The only reason I bloody brought you with me. Oh my god. God damn it.
Can I get you a ladder?
Just
so
my
you can
bloody
get off my
luck.
back?
You know what? Zebran, if you're gonna die in combat, then I think it's only fair that give you a bow. You already have a bow, but let's have you focus on that for now, so you don't get in too close. Not sure how much use you're going to be with a bow, but we'll find out. Again, I do only want you here for the lock picking, which you do not seem to have yet. Which is unfortunate. Oh, I got a level up though. I'll take that. Magic willpower. Okay. I should probably start looking at this now, shouldn't I? Shielding, piercing. Do I want to be a defensive or do I not? I think I should, shouldn't I? So the Arcane Warrior draws energy from the Fade and focuses it on their offhand. Using it to defend themselves, the energy increases the spell power and armor whilst also acting as a shield. The Fistful of Energy is also required for some abilities. Master of the Fade increases the defensive capabilities of the shielding energy, as well as increasing the spell power bonus. That's why it wants me to do both. I guess I'll just be putting all my spells into this. Anyone's looking at that and thinking, I don't remember that, that's from a mod that expands the Arcane Warrior's abilities. So we've got that. No melee weapon equipped yet. Well, I don't have armor yet, fortunately. I also don't want to go into the deep roads with free plate people or free heavy characters because I'm obviously bringing Shale and you've got to bring Algren. So that'd be 3 of us. So I'm going to wait until after that before I... Rude. She's naked. Well, I don't think that's supposed to be a thing. Put some clothes on you, donkey. You big goofball. Oh, I'm pulling a Zevran. I pulled a Zevran. Okay, well. Shale, I don't know what you actually do. Let's try this. Zevran's also pulling a Zevran. Lovely. Well, this is going terrific. Shale is not doing anything. You love to see it. Okay. Oh, bugger off, you jerk. Okay, do potions work on you, Shale? I don't remember. Go find out. Let's be real. Probably gonna want those. Oh, what am I stand for? Oh, God. Somewhat running out of stuff. Really wish that would have actually stunned you, son. What does this do? Caster engages in subtle mental manipulation that disorientates the target for a short time, making the target less effective at combat. Yes. Definitely do that. Please actually freeze him this time. No? Okay. He does not appreciate being frozen, clearly. Come on, come on, come on. Oof, alright, let's one down. Shayla's doing very little. No, well, I think this is going to be a reload. Let's see. Why am I not managing to freeze anyone? Anyway, yeah, we're gonna reload. That's a bit annoying. Alright. Do a little bit of that. Bang that one there. Do that. Head in with Shale so our dude doesn't get immediately slaughtered again. What does this do? Oh, well, that would help.
Just don't order me.
That would also help. Just don't look. Just don't look. This also sustained it is. Okay. Right, so everyone on them first. Jesus, hello. Well, this is annoying. Get up. Fucking hell. That is a lot of fucking damage. Jesus. Hard unnecessary. I do this again. Bloody hell. Right. Can we try and do this, please? What? Oh, for God's sake. What the fuck even happened? I feel like enemy mages a little unnecessarily strong. Just bang this on. I know I had to try and take them out immediately, but Jesus. Give the boy a break. Okay. Okay. Everyone free immediately. Okay. 2. Did you not have that on? Did I not press that? I could have swore I bloody pressed that. It's frustrating. Okay. Alright. Start taking these out. Okay, get push Shayla heal. They're taking a lot of damage. Enemies seem to be doing a lot more damage here in general. Come on now. Play ball. Okay. No, just do that. Jesus, push L. Stand to be a little more tanky, friend. Okay. Let's have the rest of us do this, but Shayla, you stay on them. Where'd that go? Bloody hell. No need to be so bloody finicky. Okay, do this. Is this a... Oh. Why is there so many bloody sustains? Come on, come on. Ooh, okay, he resisted. That's unfortunate. Was not hoping for that. Ooh, me, that took some doing. Get that back on. Oof, fucking hell. That was an adventure. Get this deferry.
Get on it.
Save, in case I forget. I do not wish to do that again. Is there anything down there? Doesn't seem like it. How bizarre.
Orzammar lies this way, no?
Yeah.
They make golems in such a place, do they not?
Yeah. That's why I brought you. Well, don't think they make columns anymore, but they did.
How are we supposed to live like this? I have buyers waiting.
Surface silks, half price.
The nugmanity. There will be repercussions for this. Shady fuck. I've seen nothing shadier. An appropriate name.
Yes?
I'm here on behalf of the Blackstone Irregulars.
Oh?
Yeah.
What was this about?
Hey, you stole supplies from the guild.
How sad it is to see a Grey Warden manipulated. But I have no time to straighten this out for you. Man, let's teach the Grey Warden a lesson about trust.
Please no, I know all about trust, I promise. I'm so very trusting. Equals wherever.
I see enemies ahead.
That's right, you get frozen. See, he had the decency not to resist. Please, Shale. Please be more tanky. I'm not asking much. But I am asking a lot. Stop resisting. It's rude. Okay. go. Not so shady anymore, are you? Now it's for the nug. Son of a bitch. Guild supplies. A pack of supplies belonging to the Blackstone irregulars. Alright, well, we need that. Fuck it. Oh, you can't have accessories. Well, in that case, I'd put the give Shale the ice attack. So I thought maybe that it would be good to give her the ring, but obviously she can't.
Madness. They can't just shut down the city.
I mean, they can.
I go where the work is, and it isn't here.
Oh, well, whoop-de-fucking-doodle-do.
Can I interest you in something?
Maybe.
I've got the finest selection of previously owned armor and weaponry this side of Val Royale.
Previously owned, huh?
Why pay through the nose for new equipment when you can buy like new for much, much less?
Where'd you get this like new armor from?
Oh, here and there. Look, that's really not
Says the guy with lots of
important
pre-owned armor on him.
It's cheap. And just as good as what you'd find at a smithy.
Let me take a look.
Oh, of course. And remember, everything's covered by Farron's 24-hour lifetime guarantee.
Sure thing, dude. Alright, I need to get rid of some stuff. Well, we're not using a crossbow, are we? Don't need multiple of those. Pick one and go with it, right? Delish. Suppose I should do the same for these ones then. I probably should have checked what he had first, shouldn't I? Before I filled it out with my own stuff. Ooh, canary paint. I'd have a lot of gold. It was tempting. I'll take the gifts. These is that just the generic one? I think it is, isn't it? Yeah, we won't take that then. Great Illyrium potion. I should probably come back and get these at some point, shouldn't I? Bet you pricey for my blood at the moment. Need some more gold first.
I've got a cousin in the Templars. He says the mages in the tower out on Lake Callanhard are all turning into demons.
They always say that, though.
Well, this time it's true. They're not sure what to do about it yet. He
Demons.
says.
What's to do? I thought you killed them.
Easier said than done. Mages pick a fine time to go turning into demons, I tell you.
Yeah, those dastardly mages. Who could believe them? So rude.
I didn't get into this business to sit on my goods.
I don't see you sitting at all, m'lady. Hello, random.
Question for you, Shale. How does it feel to be a giant statue?
What a bizarre question. How else would it feel?
Well, let's see. Does it hurt? Do you feel like you've been buried under a pile of rock? Or do you feel nothing at all?
I have nothing to compare it to. How does it feel to be considered an inferior race when compared to others who are just as soft and weak as you?
Fine.
How very fragile it must be. One touch and its kind crumples, spilling liquid everywhere. No wonder they clad themselves in metal.
It takes more than just a touch, I'm sure.
I feel very solid and immortal. No putrid liquids to squirt out of me. Oh, no.
Oh, well, congrats.
To mention it, I suddenly rather feel like a delicate mushroom.
Oh,
hello.
You wish to talk to me?
I do.
Truly, it's a courtesy for one so well-armed to notice a lowly merchant.
You live on the surface.
Someone has to. Trade with other races can dry up. We surfacers are Orzamar's lifeline, even if we're denied a caste. The Assembly says we've turned our back on the stone, but they still use the goods we bring.
Hypocrites.
Maybe it'll change by the time my children are grown.
How often do you restock in Ozma?
Twice a year. I'm confined to a trade stall in the Commons, but I see enough. It's very closed in. My grandfather says I've lost my stone sense. I was born topside. I don't remember having it.
Fair. Never mind. I should go.
To you.
I should go.
The Assembly is deadlocked. No one knows when they'll reopen the city.
They've lost all sense. Orzammar will starve.
Well, we can't have that.
King Loghain will...
Vieta, this land is held in trust for the sovereign dwarven kings. I cannot allow entry at this time.
King Loghain demands the allegiance of the Desha.
Right. More no-clothed people. Okay.
I am his appointed messenger.
I don't care
Ignore
if you're
that.
the king's wiper. Orzammar will have none but its own until our throne is settled.
I'm assuming that's something to do with the mage clothing mod I put on, since it seems to be affecting the mages. Got important business in Orzammar.
None more important than mine.
Your business will wait. Orzammar must limit outside influence until the throne is settled. No one gets in.
I have urgent need to talk to your king.
Doesn't? If I don't get in, no one should.
Orzammar has no king. Endrin Idukan returned to the stone not 3 weeks ago, sick over the loss of his sons. The Assembly has gone through a dozen votes without agreeing on a successor. If it is not settled soon, we risk a civil war.
I'm a Grey Warden. This treaty obliges Orzammar to aid me.
The Wardens killed King Kaelin and nearly doomed Ferelden.
Shut
They're
up.
sworn enemies of King Loghain.
Well, that is the royal seal. That means only the Assembly is authorized to address it. Grey Warden, you may pass.
You're letting in a traitor?
Get wrecked.
And a foreigner? In the name of King Loghain, I demand that you execute this stain on the honor of Ferelden.
Run to your false king. The dwarves will not hear him today.
You'll hear of this. King Loghain will see you quartered.
Yeah, we'll see about that, you son of a gun.
You are free to enter Orzammar, Grey Warden.
Hey.
Though I don't know what help you will find.
Oh, thank you, New Codex, King Endrin Idukan. Denial of traditions of our people does not qualify as a political technicality. Endrin of House Idukan traces his ancestry back to the Paragon Idukan, the greatest warrior of Ozammar's history, who beat back the Darkspawn hordes in the First Blight, the second son of King Ansgar Idukan. He became heir after his elder brother died in approving. The most respected king in 4 generations, he restored contact with Kalsharok, the only other remaining city of the once vast Dwarven Empire, which had been lost during the First Blight. He's a pretty good boy. We like him. Rage Demon, encountered in the Fade. The true form of the Rage Demon is a frightening sight. A thing of pure fire, its body seemingly made of amorphous lava, and its eyes 2 pinpricks of baleful light radiating from its core. The abilities of such a demon center on the fire it generates. It burns those who come near, and the most powerful of its kind are able to lash out with bolts of fire and even firestorms that can affect entire areas. Fortunately, even powerful rage demons are less intelligent than most other varieties. Their tactics are simple. Attack an enemy on sight with as much force as possible until it perishes. Some rage demons carry over their heat-based abilities into possessed hosts, but otherwise the true form is mostly seen outside of the Fade, when it's specifically summoned by a mage to do its bidding.
Atrost Vala, Warden. Your arrival is a mixed blessing. We prefer that outsiders not witness our infighting, but your presence will be tolerated.
Thanks,
Fair
I think.
journeys, Warden.
For the love of paragons, please,
Spare a few bits for an old man.
Sure thing, pretend I did it. That's nice. We'll do a little pretend. New Codex, the Paragons. As I studied among the dwarves, I became aware that their social system was as rigid as the stone that surrounded them. From the lowest servant to the king of Orzammar, each dwarf has a caste, a rigid social standing, which dictates what he may do and how he may do it. What fascinated me then was that the dwarves, stubborn and proud as they may be, have built in a way for even the lowliest dwarf to bypass the caste system and reach prominence. Any dwarf who has made an achievement of significance can be named Paragon, elevating that dwarf above all others. To become a Paragon is to be recognized as essentially a living ancestor. Your words are considered ineffable, and the dwarves liken you unto a god. Your family, those you chose to ascend with you, become the founders of a new line of nobility. Indeed, every existing noble house among the dwarves traces its line back to the founding Paragon. It is a rare thing, however. In my visit, I learned that only one Paragon has been elected in generations. The smith Bronca, exalted for a discovery of smokeless coal. I met the Paragon Bronco only once during my stay, and I consider it an odd occasion indeed. Surrounded by those of our house, this ill-tempered woman was draped in the finest clothing and jewelry, and was obviously revered even above the highest nobles, perhaps above even the king, yet she seemed to enjoy none of it. The burden of being a living legend is great, it appears. Statues of the Paragons are found throughout Orzammar, though nowhere so prominently than in the Hall of Heroes, through which one passes on entering from the surface. It is a breathtaking sight to behold, great works of stone all seeming to hold up the ceiling above. It is meant to impress upon visitors to Orzammar, of all who have gone before. I think it is also meant to remind dwarves going to the surface, and thus abandoning their brethren forever, all they are leaving behind.
If only you had come at a less troubled time.
Yeah, well I didn't, so suck on that. An explanation of the Paragons. Okay, I've got that.
Now that's a thing of beauty, daughter. If you work hard like Bronca, all Orzammar will know your name.
Oh.
Mother, I don't want to be like her.
Don't say that. Not to me, not to anyone. Now get back to the forge. I want to see
Jesus.
more details.
Yes, Mother.
What an asshole. Okay, so these all get the same codex. Makes sense.
May the ancestors look kindly upon you.
Thanks. They won't.
Show respect, Surfacer. You're in the Hall of Heroes, home to the best of us.
The Blight is coming. I don't care about your statues.
We take courage from them. They set such an example, they're considered ancestors even if they still walk among us. If only we had one now. A unifier. A voice like that, there would be no dissension.
Can you stand for yourselves?
Learn our ways before you presume to save us from ourselves. But don't look to me. I will not be a tutor to a surfacer.
What do you fucking do, dude? Whoopity boppity boo.
So, what is going to keep you from poisoning your target now that you have been allowed to accompany us, I wonder?
You are. You will be watching me ever so closely to make sure I attempt no such thing.
And why would I do something?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Sneaking into our good graces in order to make another attempt is what I would do were I you.
And here I was becoming rather fond of the idea of you watching me closely.
It would be a simple enough matter to poison the food in camp, or cut our throats while we sleep.
You seem rather charmed by the idea.
It would seem an appropriate result of sparing your life.
Ah, well, I'm sorry to disappoint you then. The next time I am spared, I will be sure to immediately turn upon my benefactors. Will that do?
Commission report. The key to the city, right? While your concerns have merit, the Assembly has made itself clear. Space within the Tig is at a premium, but the intended function of the hall merits the additional resources committed. The statues of the paragons must be core to the Hall of Heroes. There is no other placement that so benefits dwarven interests. It is the first glimpse that surface ambassadors have of an introduction not just to our living ancestors, but also to the stone from which we were born. They must see its shape before they can understand the complexity of its raw form. The hall must also serve a second purpose. As the last site for departing brethren, those who choose to leave must do so with the heavy gaze of their ancestors at their backs. It is a reminder of duty and of consequence. We will promote all manner of trade, but also reinforce that those who leave for too long will return as strangers to the stone. Indeedy. It's a nice view. Give it that.
It is the Assembly who makes a king, and
I love
a king
Orzammar.
nominates his successor. None of it is carried in the blood.
Or, as now, when someone tries using the Assembly to pull a coup.
Mm.
Who's to say what my father said in his final hours, when the usurper Harrowmont was the only one by his side?
I'll have you thrown in prison.
You've bitten off more than you can chew.
Handlers, separate these dashers in the Diamond Quarter. I will not have Balin incite a riot.
Now, bear
Not
yourselves.
speak that way about the man who should be king!
And he's all kicking off. Orzammar's definitely it's definitely my favorite part of the story in Origins. I love to. It's the main reason I'd love to go back to do more dwarf stuff at some point. No one is born with rights to the throne. The sitting king may recommend a successor, but the assembly ultimately decides who will rule. House Harrowmont is one of the oldest noble houses, as old as Orzammar itself. Endrin's most trusted advisor, Harrowmont, is well known for being an able administrator, and the author of many compromises in the ever-warring assembly. Balin Aidukin. This is a time for action, not cultured debate. Third king of Endrin's children, Balin has always been considered the least and last of his family. Not the heir, nor the favourite, and not as accomplished as either sibling. Balin's most notable trait was his ability to stay out of trouble.
Especially in front of outsiders.
I'm an outsider, hey.
Fiat us, surfacer. I'm bid to let you walk the commons, but keep your place. Warden or not, I want order.
Alright, calm your ass. The blow is coming and I need Orzammar's assistance.
Surface problems. Well, we have no king to hear you. You can join the shouting at the assembly in the Diamond Quarter if you
Lovely.
want. Bunch of Desher lords bickering over sand. Balin, Harrowmont. Is one so different? No paragons here.
Sounds like Balin and Harrowmont are the ones to talk to.
They've caged themselves for fear of each other. As you've seen, keeping order down among us working people is dodgy. No place for a proper lord. Balin speaks through his second, Vartag Gavorn, in the assembly. Lord Harrowmont speaks through Dulin Ferender from his estate.
You mentioned paragons.
Surfacers appoint no paragons?
Nah.
Truly, you're lost in all that sky. They are the best of us, declared living ancestors. If you must be our warden, at least know us. Go to the Shaper of Memories in the Shaperate, the true bright spot in the Diamond Quarter.
I'll think about it. Can a city function like this?
See, that's why I don't want you surfacers seeing our worst. You'll think that's all we are. The market is thin, but busy, and the tavern never closes. Bad blood is usually kept to the proving. Should toss Balin and Harrowmont in there, sort it all out.
You really should. The breathing.
Personal battles for honor and ancestor. I don't expect a surfacer to understand. If you must be our warden, at least know us. Go to the Shaper of Memories in the
Damn your
Shaperate,
ass.
the true bright spot in the Diamond Quarter.
I should get
Yes,
going.
you should.
Yes, I should.
Can I get you a ladder
Did they
so you can
put
get
all
off
the
my
rock,
back?
I wonder.
The city of Orzammar, the dwarves are lauded for their craftsmanship, and the city of Orzammar is one of their finest works. Orzammar lies at the heart of the Frostback Mountains, deep underground. The city arcs outward from the royal palace, which is built around a natural lava vent, continually fountaining liquid rock, which both lights and heats the entire cavern. The topmost tier of Orzammar is home to the noble caste, with their palaces fanning out in both directions from the court of the king, as well as the Shaperate, which serves as a repository for all dwarven knowledge. The lower tier is the commons, where the merchant caste holds sway, where the finest works of Orzammar's craftsmanship are for sale. In the center of the river of lava, connected to the commons by a causeway, are the proving grounds, a sacred arena where the dwarves, by ancient tradition, settle their disputes. On one side of the fiery river are the ruins of old dwarven palaces, fallen into disrepair, which the locals call Distown, now home to the city's castlers. On the other side of the river are the deep roads, which once joined the sprawling dwarven empire together, but now after centuries of darkspawn incursions, are largely sealed off. Nearly all knowledge of this network of underground passages has been lost, even to its builders. Indeedy.
We are honored to serve you, Grey Warden.
Yes, serve me you shall. Yes.
All right, all right.
Ooh, wall carving. Gimme. Life in Orzammar. The dwarves of Orzammar are quite unlike those found in most human cities. Although Orzammar derives its vast wealth from trade with human kingdoms, all dwarves who come to the surface trade are stripped of their position in society. Dwarven merchants aren't so ubiquitous in human cities that many people labor under the impression that all dwarves are merchants, or that their whole race worships coin and trade. But these surface dwarves are atypical creatures, the ones willing to give up all ties to their kin and sacrifice their rank in order to conduct business. Below ground, the dwarves are a people obsessed with honor, their own and that of their family. Most nobles incorporate chainmail even into formal gowns, because sights and insults often turn deadly. There are people who revere excellence and strive to achieve it in all things. Even members of the servant caste have been elevated to paragons, usually posthumously, in recognition of remarkable service. Lovely. Jannar?
Welcome to Jannar Family Armorers. I must say, you look like our type of people. Looking for a new set of mail. At Jannar's, we have everything from leather to platinum.
Yeah. You know anything about what's happening with the king?
I stay out of politics. It's not good for a smith to get the attention of those who grant vendors licenses.
Yeah.
Lord Harrimont's a fair man. My father did business with him, and he always paid on time. But the Idukans have served us well. If it is the ancestors' wisdom to keep them on the throne, I cannot object.
Are you part of the Smith caste?
I, for 100 generations. My father made his name by inventing a fold and tacit, which were integrated into the cuirass.
Mm.
But, I'm guessing by your face, you're not a smith yourself.
No. What gave me away? Just let me see what's in your store.
Of course. Keep in mind, we also take items on trade.
Do you know? Oh, look at you go. Not today. Not this day. Hilda.
I'm sorry. Did you have an offering for the ancestors?
No.
Although, I can't imagine your ancestors reside in the stone.
So, is this some kind of shrine?
I don't know that word. This is a section of stone kept bare to receive our prayers. The stone gave rise to our people, and it is where their spirits return in death.
Who are you?
My name is Vilda, widow of Turok of the Smith caste. I pray here every day for my son, Ruck. I only wish I knew whether I should be asking for his safe return or for the ancestors to accept his soul.
What happened to him?
It was 5 years ago. He was only a youngster. He joined a Deep Roads excursion, the only smith to go with the warriors to repair their arms. He was so proud, but he got separated somehow. When they came home, he wasn't with them.
Did anyone go after him?
The captains don't want to lose anyone searching for stray men. Too many were taken by Dark Spawn that way.
What would you give for his safe return?
You're
Wait.
asking what I would pay for your services?
Didn't want to ask that.
I have little money since my husband died. But wait, I saved his shield, the masterpiece my husband smithed. I was saving it for Ruck's return. If someone were to find my son or his body, they can have the shield with my blessing.
We shouldn't abandon him. I'll look for him if you want.
How? There is no way.
I'm a
except to
Grey
brave the
Warden.
Deep Roads yourself.
I'm a Grey Warden. That's what we do.
A warden? So you could do it. Only wardens face the Deep Roads without a company backing them. Oh, thank you. The ancestors finally heed my prayers.
Don't get your hopes up. We could search the Deep Roads for decades with no sight of the boy.
Please, find me as soon as you return.
Oh, well, indeedy. You may not like what I have to say, but I will. Comment it.
It's about time the Darkspawn started attacking the surface. They've been us for far too long.
Indeed. Looking
Topsiders? Good. Get some outside gold in here. Calm people down. Make them think we should open the gates for good. The more cracks in the old way, the better.
Agreed.
That's what Balin stands for.
Your allegiance to Balin is clear. Why?
Not your business, but I see where the gold is. He's the traditional pick, yet he wants a new way, whether some like it or not.
Some say... Do I know that? Some say Balin killed his father.
Just as many say Harrowmont. Neither are paragons, and the scales being equal, I go with the promise of more trade.
I mean, if it was either of them, it was definitely Balin. You approve of this, Chaos?
Can't find ore without splitting some stone. My investments are solid, I'll be fine. The Assembly has done us a favor.
Oh,
They've shown just how loose
selfish
the
outlook.
sand is under our feet. It opens people to change.
Blight is coming. Orzammar can't be divided.
Orzammar will decide what we can or can't be.
Fair.
Blight may be imminent on the surface, but our warriors are well seasoned against Dark Spawn. There will be topsiders left for trade. There's no end to you.
Oh, lovely. Let me see what you have in your store,
I'll
you
take
piece
your
of
gold.
shit.
You're good for that.
What a wanker. Alright, that one's got a name, so... It's got a it's got a name next to it, then grab it, I say. How come that one doesn't, but this one says anyone? Tell me that, mod maker.
Orzammar welcomes you.
Thank you.
Maker's blessing on you, brother.
Didn't think dwarves believed in the Maker.
I'm Brother Burkle of the Red Cliff Chantry, returned to my ancestors' land
Gerald?
to spread the chant of light.
Even in the very bowels of the earth, we hear no end of this charm.
And that is something to rejoice in, good sister. I'm petitioning to open a chantry in Orzammar.
Don't dwarves worship their ancestors or something?
There is resistance. It's obvious the world wasn't created by the mortal souls who dwelt within it. Yet the dwarves of Orzammar persist in worshipping their own forefathers.
Well, it's their religion, you shouldn't interfere.
You speak as if these people have deliberately chosen to reject the Maker, but most of them haven't even heard his name. How can they choose the path of enlightenment if they never learn that the path exists?
Whose permission do you need to open a chantry?
The Shaper controls changes in Orzammar's structure and society. I need the Shaper of Memory's permission to open a prayer meeting.
Shaper of Memories?
The Shaper of Memories controls the Shaperate, Orzammar's record system. Like the Chantry's historians, but more thorough. They track the births and lineage of every dwarf born in the city, every property sale, death in battle, marriage or divorce.
If I bump into the Shaper, I'll be sure to mention it.
I can see the Maker's hand on your
No,
shoulder,
no.
guiding you always. Please let me know as soon as you've heard anything.
Do not insult me, son. The casts. Visitors of Orzammar should keep in mind that the hierarchies of dwarven society are much more complex than our own. It is easy to gravely insult a man simply by mistaking his position, since this can lead to an unnecessary loss of life and limbs. I will attempt to mitigate the danger for my fellow travelers. The society of Orzammar is divided into nobles, warriors, smiths, artisans, miners, merchants, and servants. Now you are all undoubtedly saying to yourself, we have all those divisions among our own people. This is a dangerous misconception. Certainly we do have nobility, artisans, merchants, and these positions are largely inherited from our parents. However, the younger children of noblemen often choose to be artisans or soldiers. The sons of merchants may join the army, or become servants, or apprentice themselves to a craftsman. This is all freely chosen, limited perhaps by the circumstances of births, but still chosen. Whereas a matter of choice for most human folk is dictated entirely by birth for dwarves. No one may become a smith who was not born to the smith caste parents. A servant who marries a noblewoman will never be a noble himself, and although his daughters would be nobles, his son would be servants, for daughters inherit the caste of their mother, while sons inherit the caste of their father. Some vague similarities to the way Canary do stuff.
From what manner of substance a cave-dwelling people would create their spirits.
Fair.
Do you know that dwarven ale isn't truly ale at all? And it's black.
Marvelous. Sorry, what was that?
You're Grey Warden.
Yeah.
You think I'm impressed?
Oh, I don't know. Are you supposed to be impressed?
Atrast Vala, stranger. You must be the Grey Warden we heard about. Welcome to Tapsters.
Thank you.
I'm Cora, your hostess. How may I serve you?
I'd like to hear about the city.
Tapsters? I guess you're not asking for anything official, or you'd be at the Shaperate.
Yeah.
But I can certainly give you a mole's eye view.
Is there any place I should visit while I'm here?
The nobles stay upstairs, except when they're slumming. You'll find the assembly there, the palace, the Shaperate, and plenty of estates. Down from here is just Dust Town or the mines, so my recommendation is avoid. It's not part of the city, just some old tunnels where the castless build their nest. No one goes there if they can help it. But if you want fun, your best bet is the Proving.
What's the Proving?
It's a chance for all the best fighters in Orzammar to test their skills. There's a tournament today. Arenas between here and the Diamond Quarter.
I'll have a drink.
With 52 types of ale, 17 types of mead, and a dozen imported wines, we should be able to serve your needs.
Wow.
And what do you have?
A round of your best for myself and the house.
Someone's feeling generous. A round of Valentis Red for everyone. This, my friend, is the Paragon of Ales. The best your money can buy. Enjoy.
Nice. Pretty cheap as well.
Can you believe King Endrin turned against his own son?
Darkspawn attacks have been really light this year.
That's good. I can't imagine why.
We've a bit of stew on the fire.
Nice that it's working out for someone, I suppose.
The surface must be so interesting.
Well...
Afternoon, stranger.
Hi.
Looking for a stool to share a brew?
Who are you?
Name's Naveen. I fight with Prince Balin's expeditionary field unit.
Oh, well.
Yourself?
I'm Caspar, Grey Warden.
Figured as much. Good folks, wardens. I was in the deep roads when that one came by. What was his name?
Duncan.
Something like that.
You knew Duncan?
I met him, sure. Good man. Solid. He knows what we
Solid
go through on
as
the
a
deep
rock.
roads. Not many do. Not even the ones who live this close. You have to be on the front lines.
You work for Balin?
I go where I'm sent, fight when I'm there, and leave politics where it belongs.
Who's your unit fighting?
Darkspawn. Not much use in turning our weapons elsewhere while those vermin still live.
Fair. Never been in the deep roads.
Every Grey Warden ends up there. That's where they send you when you're ready to leave this world. Go die in the dark, putting away as many vermin as you can.
Well, I'm on my way
Crowded
there.
these days, though. Lots of people interested all of a sudden. We go back tomorrow, and we're not the only ones.
Who's sending you out?
Balin ordered us in at first bell. He's splitting us into 4 teams to search for some of the lost Tigers. Looking for signs of Bronca, I guess. Seems to be who everyone's after.
Who else is in the deep roads?
Lord Harrowmont's got his own men there, all looking for signs of Bronca. Guess the city's getting to miss having a paragon. Everyone wants someone to put in charge.
Who's Bronca?
Bronca was a paragon, some kind of great smith or whatnot. But she went batty and let her whole house into the deep roads more than 2 years ago. No chance she could have survived. And a lot of good men are gonna die looking for her corpse. Excuse me. This brew is starting to taste awful bitter.
Alright, dude, alright. Yeah. No, please continue. Yes, yes. Right. You don't say. Uh-huh. You suck. Oh, what?
I told him I don't understand why the provings aren't open to everyone. I mean, it's how the ancestors show their favor. Do they really need our help to decide who's worthy? And then he practically slapped me.
Oh. There's fucking stalagmites on the bloody ceiling. Well, that's not very safe, it's just health and safety, is it?
Excuse me, I'd rather be alone.
Well, you're not alone, are you? There's 3 of you.
A plate of your best soup, and bring it when it's hot.
I'm a fucking elf. I'm obviously not your dwarven fucking waiter, am I? Donkey.
Lord Dennick Helmy, honored Desher of the Orzammar Assembly, and terrible disappointment to my esteemed mother. Like me spending time in taverns. You understand what I'm saying, right? On the surface, there are no castes, and it works fine. Am I right, Warden?
You are correct. Controversial opinion for a dwarven assembly.
Very good. I guess someone already told you I was good for nothing, drinking my life away at tapsters. Or did they leave off at greatest shame to ever fall upon the assembly? I'm always like that.
I mean, I wasn't disagreeing with you.
Most smiths and tavern keeps would make decent deshers if we gave them a chance and a seat in the assembly.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Orzammar are so mired in tradition, no one bothers asking if the castes are even necessary.
How does the caste system work anyway?
Badly. Oh, you're serious?
Yeah.
Well, it's simple, I guess. The king and elected deshers of the assembly are at the top. Then it's the nobles. Then the warriors and all the craftsmen. At the bottom are servants. The casteless and criminals are below even that. Your caste is determined by that of your same-sex parent. And that's where you stay your whole life, whatever your skill.
So you get to vote on the next king?
Me and 79 other fine, upstanding examples of how someone who's born into every privilege inevitably wants more. They're not fond of my views on equality.
I can imagine. What are you voting for?
I doubt either candidate has been outside the Diamond Quarter in his life. But Lord Harrowmont seems a bit more forgiving. Prince Balin's brilliant, I'll give him that, and subtle as sin. But I don't think anything in Orzammar matters more to him than winning.
Yeah, but his approach is more in line with what you want.
As you wish.
Harriman's more for tradition, right?
This ale is perfect with a slow-roasted nugget.
How could you, you fucking asshole? Buddy. Buddy. Oh, sweet, sweet buddy. Did you eat my nug, friend?
Get away. You'll change like the rest. Monsters hidden in all my friends.
What are you talking about?
They follow you. Once you are in the story, they possess your friends and follow. See? I found copies. All from the same pen, and older than the ones in song. Dormant my ass. Take them. I want out. I won't disappear chasing a lie.
Sure. Alright, bye, Yosuke. Unbound. 3 weathered parchments with 3 versions of the same incomplete story. Excerpt. And when his kingdom fell, so disappeared the stolen riches of an age. The best, the beast, the unbound, dormant until one of true spirit claims his throne. So must hunt the hero of his people, the principled, who would search for ancient evil. This is how they can make a real difference. Scribbled in the corner in a shaky hand. 3 pages, 3 ages. Same story updated. Same as the tavern song but older. Signature torn on purpose. But compare and get Vilm Madon. All from him now. How? Sure.
Hey, there's 2 of you.
Fuck you, I'm just large.
Be right with you.
What a bastard. An utter bastard. Alright, well, we're not going to the proving yet, because we'll have to go there later anyway. Ooh, a signpost.
Alright.
Diamond quarter, red, breathing straight ahead, meow.
Orzammar welcomes the Grey Wardens.
I do enjoy being welcomed.
One day the Paragon Branco will return. Oh, and on that day...
I don't know about that, mate.
By the ancestors, watch where you're treading. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you won't be sorry.
Is it true the Darkspawn are attacking the surface?
Yeah. You wanna do something about it?
A real elf.
Wait, real elf? You met many fake elves?
I knew I should have stuck to common nugs. I've gone and lost them too. I'll never find them the way they skitter. No way I'm going back to that supplier in Dust Town. Guess I'm shutting it down.
I guess so. If I see any nugs, I'll send them your way.
You, stranger. Only need one to turn this around.
And yet I shall find far more than one. Nug, come to Papa. I heard you squeak, you little bastard. Where are you? Nug? Don't make me not love you anymore. There you are. Codex updated. Nug. Hip deep in mad nugs. Our screams deafen their keen ears. We will be Nug Poop. From the songs that only Nugs can hear by Paragon Erebin. The Nug is an omnivore common to the deep roads, a hairless creature that is almost blind, as well as completely docile. It spends most of its time wading in shallow pools as well as mud pits, feeding on the small insects, worms, and, in a pinch, limestone and simple metals. Indeed, the digestive system of the Nug is legendary, able to make a meal out of almost anything a Nug finds on the cavern floors. Nugs reproduce rapidly, spreading into any niche within the deep roads they can find, and serve to support a variety of predators, such as giant spiders and deep stalkers. So too do dwarves make meals out of them. Nugs are in the poorer slum portions of Orzammar, one of the most common sources of meat available. Some dwarves even domesticate the creatures, claiming to find the creature high-pitched squeaks pleasing. They're kind of cute. Hard to deny that they are rather adorable.
Excuse me,
Garen.
Greetings, and welcome to Garen Garrison's Luxury Goods Shop.
There's too many Garens.
There are a lot of you, and I've never seen one of those before. The things they come up with. What was I saying?
Are you alright?
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't notice. Most people don't anymore. Or maybe they're too polite to mention it. I had a little incident.
Saying I'm not polite?
Too much time with the raw lyrium ore, you know. Maybe it was a bad vein. I cut myself and the dust got straight in the blood. Since then, it's been a little hard for me to concentrate.
I know.
Except when forging, then I'm straight as an arrow. Best work you've ever seen. Look around the shop. See for yourself.
I will do, buddy. I don't understand. What happened to you?
Well, it's the lyrium, you know. Raw blood of the earth. It's more alive than you and me. Most of the time, that's no problem. When it's all bundled up in a piece of steel, it'll leave you alone. But handling the ore directly, sometimes you get burned. It's not just your skin it takes off. It'll burn directly into your mind.
Can't have that. Aren't dwarves immune to lyrium's effects?
Of course we are. Weak surfacers like you touch the raw ore, and you'll bleed from your eyeballs and eyes.
Oh.
Weird seeing how big you are. Even surface dwarves lose it. Us down here, though, we should be able to handle it just fine. Only not too much, and not every day, and not breathing the dust, and not directing the blood.
Yeah.
Ancestors' own bad luck.
So working with lyrium made you crazy.
Not crazy, just a little forgetful. Don't worry, I'm fine when I work. Just look at my wares.
Yeah.
I have the best blades here. Enchanted to hold fire, ice,
For fire? My favorite. Let me see your wares.
Best in the trade, you know. I work the ore myself.
Yeah, that's hilarious. I too find it very amusing. Sells for 3 gold 75. Price 19 gold 50. I feel like you're swindling me. Just a, you know, a thought that maybe you're swindling me a little bit. Not to be rude, but I can't help but, you know, come to that conclusion. Nobody wants a gemmed bracelet. Alright.
Lord Harrowmont will make a wise king.
No, if he's not king, he won't.
You look like you're not from around here.
Yeah, you could say that.
Oh, wonderful. I've been trying forever to find someone who really knows the surface world. I don't suppose you've heard of something called the Circle?
The Circle of Magi?
I've been trying to reach someone there for years. I've sent missives with every caravan, but I never get a reply. I want to know if they would accept me for study.
Why wouldn't they?
No dwarf has ever studied at the Circle of Magi. I guess you never read First Enchanter Caitlin's treatise concerning dwarfs and the
No,
non-heritability
I
of magic.
definitely didn't.
He tested dwarfs from 20 bloodlines and found they couldn't perform any level of spell casting, regardless of lyrium exposure or time on the surface. The Circle speculates that lyrium in the stone shields us from spiritual influences, and over time made us immune to them.
So what do you want with the Circle?
I want to go to the Circle to study.
I assure you that desire will depart the moment you arrive.
I don't want to do magic. No dwarf can cast spells, but I don't see why I shouldn't study it. It would be a valuable exchange. Orzammar would learn of one of the great natural forces of the surface. And the Circle gains direct access to our knowledge of lyrium smithing.
Indeedy. I can bring the Circle your request.
That would be wonderful. My name is Dagna, daughter of Janar.
Yes.
Tell them I've already begun reading the Tevinter Imperiums for Tikum Kadab, and it's just fascinating. Did you know the Imperial Magister Lords once had genealogies of every human family known to produce a mage child?
I do now.
Oh, I'll go pack my bags
Not
right
too
now.
surprised.
I'll be waiting by my father's shop.
Oh, Dagna. Bless you. Bless your cotton socks. I shall help you, I must. The Shaper's live. Orzammar has carved a legacy from stone. But history is more than the comings and goings that fill the streets. These caverns are old cuts and well-travelled. The true will of the stone is revealed far from the halls of politics and commerce. The Shaper must step away from the familiar, and seek out revelations from the frontier of buried secrets, from paths abandoned. The Shaper must first walk away if he is to return. The Nook quest is basically this game's version of the collector. What was it, collector? What are they called? Keeper quest from Mass Effect, right? Very similar. Council writ. Key to the city. I guess this is this bit. It is agreed that no rules of procedure were explicitly broken, but a 5-day filibuster is nonetheless worthy of a censure. Division of House Gorismer property was deliberated for a full session, and forfeiture of the southern estate deemed a necessity since the birth of young Cade necessitates his elevation to noble status, and it is unthinkable for a noble's family to live in the slums. It is responsibility of the father to accommodate the placement of his family. It is not possible to simply generate new space in the Diamond Quarter without compromising Tig structural integrity. Lord Dace's comment that if Lord Gorosmote didn't want a new heir, he shouldn't have slummed for a concubine was indeed inappropriate, but the proper procedure for resolution through proving was followed. Both parties agreed to accept his retraction, and that matter is considered separate and closed. The decision of the Assembly regarding the placement of Dungoat clan stands. Fair.
Ancestors watch your path, Grey Warden.
You too, mate.
Is it true there's civil war on the surface, too?
Yeah.
I heard the Dace family cut off one of its branches because a daughter went to the surface and married an elf.
Oh, you got a problem with elves?
Greetings.
Greetings.
You have come at a difficult time.
Orzammar
is ailing for want of a king.
I have a habit of coming at difficult times.
Grey Warden arrives in Orzammar.
I do.
Undoubtedly to offer assistance to Lord Harrowmont.
Oh, that's what you
Sorry,
think.
can't talk. A crier's work is never done.
You can talk about me though, can't you? Some again.
It's times like this we really need a paragon.
I'm not gonna bother with Harrowmont.
All right.
Except plan on going with Balin. Lady Dace.
This has dragged on too long. It's an insult to King Endrin's memory.
Indeed.
Orzammar welcomes the Grey Wardens.
Cool.
Orzammar welcomes the Grey Wardens.
Still cool.
Lord Harrowmont, said to have kicked castless in the street.
Oh.
Does he respect none beneath his station?
What a bastard.
Sorry, can't talk. A crier's work is never done.
That's what the other one
Good
said.
day, Grey Warden.
You're more alike than you know.
Good day. Greetings.
Hello. I've come to see Balin. Allow me in, please. Oh, home. Well, I guess it's not home on this character, but it feels like
Honored to
home.
have you here.
Hello.
No one enters the prince's estate without an invitation.
You know what? Fair.
Greetings.
You won't regret helping our prince, Warden.
I haven't had an opportunity to yet. Yes, son of a gun. Caged in stone. The inscription is old and worn, overlooked by most as a carving detail. The beast is foreign, but the need is familiar. Home and hearth suffer beneath strength and strangeness. These new kin of this Ferelden are better as friends than strangers, so we resist on their behalf, and work with their users to bind with the stone. They no longer fear their skies, and we further our trade above, lured from above, cornered and growled, free standing in position. A fourth signals the throne, stasis for the beast. So long as a king holds the throne, so long as a king wills it held.
I'll get on it.
Interesting. Interesting. Just gonna take all your stuff, don't mind me. Many of King Endrin's belongings have been rushed into storage, including trophies for his long reign. Among the boxes is a glass phylactery. Continue. The area is unnaturally cold. Dark shapes swirl around a slip of paper within the pile. 1 second, I'm gonna save before I do this. Don't know if I'm ready to be dealing with this stuff yet, but we'll see. The glass fractures at your touch. Hi.
Got it. Now it's better than later.
Okay, let's see. Morrigan, get you over here.
Is it time to kill something?
Ah, this really gets the blood pumping.
3.
Let's see what you're made of. I still remember my first battle.
Okay, Shayla's taking some damage.
So you can...
Zavran, if you want to fight him in melee, do it there, please, buddy.
Get off my back.
Let us end this!
Yeah, let's come now.
Can I get you a ladder?
Man, Shale, I need you to do more than this. My dude actually attacking. Attack! Sir, please. I'm begging you. Where's my camera? It's following. Okay.
Now it's better than later. Head will make nothing crunchy.
There we go.
Noises. All right.
Jesus. Oh, for the love of...
They won't know what hit them.
They're actually using that shale. Not accusing you of not using it, but it kind of feels like you're not. I'm running out of potions. God damn it. Oof. This is not looking good for us, my friend. Yeah, getting there.
Now it's better than later.
Well, that's not good. Try doing this, maybe. Let's see, can I change my weapons here? Oathkeeper.
Do that. Got it.
You know, not a good start. I'll be honest.
Time to dance.
Well, I think we're fucked. We got close, but not close enough. Run, Morrigan. Okay, we need to zoom in a little bit. He's immune. That's not good. Stun? Nope. What? What is this nonsense? Pulling me from elsewhere. Day.
Hurry.
Okay. That did not go off. Whoops-a-daisy. Try this. Are you immune to that? Can't hope not. Or is everybody? Oh, you weren't immune that time, although you may as well have been. Eight. Run! Oh, Morrigan. Sweet, sweet Morrigan. It's not that sweet, but I love you anyway. Oh, God. What am I doing? I think you should leave me alone. How about that? What? This nonsense. I'm nowhere near you. You shouldn't get to do that if I'm not near you, sir.
I see.
Have some respect. Run. We're not running enough. I think that's our biggest flaw. Oh, he's so close to being dead. Fuck him up. Fuck him up, Morrigan. It's all on you. I believe you. In you, even, maybe. Possibly. Potentially. 8. Yes, Morrigan. Yes, Morrigan. Yeah. Ah. Settled. Yeah, definitely the one we are lovey-doveying with. Oh, bloody hell. Alright, Revenant. An entire unit of men all slain by one creature. I didn't believe it at first. Your perfection. But it appears that this is so. We have a survivor, and while at first I thought his rantings pure exaggeration, it appears to be no simple skeleton. The descriptions of the creature's abilities were eerily similar to those of our brothers that Marnus Pell encountered almost a century ago. Men pulled through the air to skewer themselves on the creature's blade, an attack so quick that it was able to assault multiple opponents at once. Know your perfection, and what we have here is indeed a revenant, and nothing else. From a letter to Divine Amara III. A revenant is a corpse possessed by a demon of pride or desire, making it amongst the most powerful possessed opponents that one can face. Many possess spells, but most are armed and armored, and prefer the use of their martial talents. They are weak against physical attacks, but regenerate quickly, and commonly use telekinesis to pull opponents into melee range, should they try to flee. Revenants also have the ability to strike multiple opponents, surrounding them, stay at range if possible, and strike quickly. That is the only way to take such a creature down. You know what? Turns out that's true. I want my stuff back. I want my stuff back. What happened to my stuff? Oh, still got on. Okay. I'll take that. So with answer. Dealt with your revenant problem. Should be grateful. What the hell? The fuck are you doing here? Oh, come on, stop resisting. Rude. Just beat a fucking revenant. I'm not scared of you. Okay, I'm a little bit scared of you. You're doing some real damage now. Ruse me? Okay. Oh, Severin.
Let's see some blood.
What a sweet Severin.
Got it. You have no skill, only desperation.
They may have no skill, but we have no mana. Which is in and of itself an issue. Stop resisting, you wanker. No respect. There's a reason I gave that boy a bloody bow.
I'll try to be more careful.
Use what you're given, you asshole.
Good on you, Warden.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? All right, all right.
What are you doing with that? Stop. How do I unuse? I do not wish to use. Cancel, I guess. I hope. Nope. What a load of shit.
Thanks again, Warden.
You owe me a lyrium potion. Tell your king. I want a lyrium potion. Come and go for it. What was the point of this? Well, that was an adventure. Well, that was an adventure.
Is it true there's civil war on the surface, too?
Yeah.
Oh my, a surfacer in Orzammar.
Yeah, I know. What a novelty. To the Chamber of Assembly. Vartag.
Warden, welcome. It is always a blessing for Orzammar to host your order.
Why, thank you.
Vartag Gavorn, top advisor to our good Prince Balin. What news do you bring?
You know who I
It
am.
would be hard not to notice the Grey Warden and his eclectic entourage. I hear you
What you say?
of Orzammar's finest.
This treaty obliges Orzamat to send troops to the surface.
Ah, ancient documents indeed. These were signed in the reign of Eithnar Bimo, Paragon and King. That was 16 generations ago. Now the difficulty is that the treaty only compels our king, and we are sadly lacking one of those.
Indeed, indeed. A technicality, I see. I think the blight is more important than politics.
No one wishes this fight over more than Balin. But while it rages, Orzammar can spare no one to combat what may or may not be a new blight.
Are you implying the Grey Warden wouldn't recognize a blight?
I believe you, but what are we to do? If Balin followed his heart and sent his men to aid you, Harrowmont would steal his throne.
If Balin followed his heart, fuck
and
off.
return to find our homeland devastated by an incompetent tyrant.
And if you don't fight, your homeland gets destroyed.
Perhaps you could prove to Prince Balin your intentions are just. If you show you owe Harrowmont no fealty, I'm sure Balin would help you. Harrowmont has engaged in a campaign of bribery and coercion to ensure that every house serves him. But if a neutral party, a stranger, were to approach certain key members, perhaps with irrefutable evidence of Harrowmont's deception, I'm certain my Lord Prince would show his gratitude.
And what's this irrefutable proof, sir? What kind of evidence?
Harrowmont promised the same portion of his estate to two different Deshers, Lady Dace and Lord Helmy. Harrowmont can't possibly
naughty.
grant it to both of them, but they won't find out until after the vote is cast. I have copies of the promissory notes Harrowmont gave each of them. Once they see those, they should both reconsider their votes.
Alright, sounds good to me. Where did you get the promissory notes?
That's not important.
Oh,
If
they're
they
fake.
ask, say you found them while searching the
Fair
Shaper's
enough.
libraries for your treaty.
There's someone you can report him to.
Normally, the Shapers would handle this sort of accusation. They are the scholars who manage our laws, histories, and genealogies. They are the final arbiters of all disputes in Orzammar. Unfortunately, the Shaper of Memories is the most important among them. And his grandfather was Lord Harrowmont's aunt's first cousin. Obviously,
yeah.
we cannot expect him
Of course,
to have
no.
the highest opinion.
No. He'd hold a distant relative over his duty?
I guess I can't expect you surfacers to understand the importance of family in Orzammar.
Nah.
The Shaper is biased, and if you want Prince Balin's help, you'll have to show where your loyalties lie.
Alright, fine. I'll find Lady Dace and Lord Jaime right now. You son of a bitch.
Lady Dace doesn't leave the quarter much, but Lord Helmy's adventurous, likes to spend his time at Tapster's.
Yeah, we've
in the
spoken.
Commons. Remember, don't tell them you got these papers from me.
Ah,
You
no,
learned of
I would
them
never.
and drew your own conclusions.
I would never. Not I.
The assembly is in session. The assembly is in session.
Ooh.
Enter quietly if you wish to observe.
Yeah, they are.
Your mind has gone to dust if you think we would pass such a writ. Half our houses would go broke without the service trade.
The proposal is only effective until we have a king to ensure we are respected by the surfacers.
Leaving you conveniently positioned to take over all contracts.
Oh,
We'll see your head on a pike first.
Deshers, lords and ladies of the assembly, I've already doubled the guard to prevent violence. Must I summon more?
Steward Bandalore, Balin's sympathizers are tying our hands with trivialities. They may as well open us to the sky.
I suggest we put the matter to a vote.
And I suggest you have a taste of my family's mace.
Oh, Jesus.
Enough.
You got a staff
The
boy.
assembly is in recess until the members can regain control of their emotions.
Seems like a good idea. We have to be honest. I like.
Stone-forsaken fools and dusters. I'm sorry. This is the assembly of the clans. Only Deshers and occasional guests of state are allowed in.
Oh, bugger. You don't recognize a Grey Warden.
Forgive me. I am so exhausted. I completely forgot about the message from the gate guard. Welcome to Orzammar, Warden.
Thank you.
I hope you can forgive our unrest. The loss of our king has hit us hard. Respect for your role is great, But you won't receive a proper hearing until we have a king on the throne.
Lovely. The blight is coming.
Troubling, but it will still seem distant compared to the empty throne. The assembly is blind to all else.
Does this city not care the world is about to end?
This is their world, and it ended when Endrin died.
So who has the authority to aid me?
I must admit, Warden, I am at a loss myself. It lies with Prince Balin or Lord Harrowmont, and they are slow to trust anyone in these uncertain times. I only wish there was more I could do for you.
Me too. Yeah, me too. Since you did very little. By which I mean nothing. Oh. Hi, Doolin.
I heard there was a Grey Warden here. I am Doolin Forrender.
Hi.
Second to Lord Harrowmont, King Endrin's own choice as successor. Word is spreading that the surface may suffer a blight.
Yeah.
It is shameful we are not in a better position to help.
Tell me about it. Have a treaty obliging Orzammar to aid against the blight.
That may be, and that is a terrible risk for the surface. But even if the world would end tomorrow, Lord Harrowmont cannot ignore Balin today. He cannot afford to trust anyone of unproven loyalties.
Stop playing games. This treaty compels you to help. Thank God that's an option.
King of Orzammar to send armies to the surface, but Orzammar has no king and we have no army. Right now, the men who should be fighting Darkspawn are brawling in the street. If this situation is not resolved, we face civil war. If you want Lord Harrowmont's time now, you'll have to prove you have no intention of turning against him later.
So you would make the whole world wait.
If you wish to show you have no loyalty to Balin, then work against him in Harrowmont's name. Balin is hosting a proving today, supposedly to honor his father's memory. The Deshers take it very seriously, and unfortunately, Balin found some way to blackmail or intimidate House Harrowmont's best fighters into stepping down.
So you'd like me to enter the proving in Harrowmont's name?
It would certainly make your loyalties loud and clear.
And this is to be your king. One who cannot keep his own men from running like frightened children.
Lord Harrowmont does not use threats or intimidation to motivate his men. He leads by example.
Ah, I see. So it's his example they follow as they cower from Prince Balin.
How dare you slander Lord Harrowmont?
Why should we ally ourselves with someone too scared even to grant us an audience?
I see what you mean.
Were I you, I would seek a stronger king than this Harrowmont.
Surely you don't mean Balin.
Sovereign, you're right.
Then you and I have nothing more to say.
Well, there's an explanation mark could probably be added, which suggests otherwise. Shaper it. Lovely. Lovely jubbly. Hello.
Who would dare take from the memories?
I don't know.
Warden, I'm outraged. A thief in the Shapered. What have we been reduced to?
You tell me, dude. Did you get a good look at him?
I did. He was bald, with the most garish brand across his head. Almost like he took pride in being castless. Imagine.
Oh no, the horror.
He's probably in the slums somewhere. As if he'd find a buyer for a stolen tome in Dust Town. They couldn't know the value.
Brief in the house of lighting.
I'm quite busy. Please do not disturb me.
That's interested politely.
Are you with that warrior girl who's always here?
No. Not that I know of. The Legion of Steel. Paragon Caradin vanished in the 11th year of the reign of King Balsor. And with the Paragon, the entire process for golem manufacture was lost. Expeditions were sent into the deep woods to track him, but the Darkspawn drove them all back. Finally, in the second year of the reign of Queen Geffa, 126 golems, the entire Legion of Steel, was sent to recover the Paragon. None returned. The Shaper of Golems refused to support any further attempts to find Caradin, and the Paragon was officially declared dead. The Shaper never recovered from the loss of an entire legion of golems, and never again allowed a all golem regiment into the deep roads.
Oh, pardon me.
Hello.
Were you looking for a particular volume? Not that I could really help. I don't know the libraries very well. I'm just doing some research.
Sounds important. What kind of research?
I was looking for something about the Orton Tig. It was lost during the last blight, and there aren't many records left. They were a noble house once, descended from the Paragon Orton, who composed the grand epic of the Seven Brothers and the Ortonic Symphony. My mother's family believes they were descended from Kalana Orton, who was training in Orzammar when the Tig fell. I'm even named for the house, Orta. Unfortunately, any records would be buried in the Tig's ruins, somewhere in the deep roads.
I'm a Grey Warden. I'm not afraid of the deep raids.
A Grey Warden?
Yeah.
Mother always said that if anyone could find the Tig, it was the Wardens. I hear Prince Balin and Lord Harrowmont have both been sending out small teams these days. Yes, if you can find the Tig in any records, that could do it. That could prove I'm a noble. If you could. Maybe now that you're looking. It's almost too much to hope.
Yet hope we must. One second. Alright. Shepherd, scribe.
Sorry, you'll have to bother someone else with your questions.
Rude. Shepherd, scribe.
I hope you find what you're looking for.
Thanks. Shepherd.
When I last walked this hall, Endrin was king and Orzammar was at peace. The memories often speak of the swiftness with which change overtakes us. But it is different to see it firsthand.
Indeed.
I apologize, Warden. I should not burden a stranger with such thoughts. I am Zebor, the Shaper of Memories.
Well, nice to meet you. How do you know who I am?
The Grey Warden's visit has been recorded in the memories, along with all who accompany you.
Could you look at these promissory papers for me?
These are Harrowmont lands promised here. But these are not the deals we approved at the Shaperate. Where did you get these?
Interesting. In Lord Harrowmont's personal library.
If you
Guess
wish,
this
you
is
can
the
make
kind of
your
guy
words
we
as
are.
false as the documents you bear.
The papers are forged?
Not entirely. There were 2 promised deals, but their terms differed significantly from what is presented here. It appears the scripter altered the dates and locations of the agreements to make them identical.
Can you tell me anything about Prince Balin?
The prince consulted me before his father died. He wanted to know about King Bimo, the last king to rule during a blight. I told him Bimo made many changes during his rule. The assembly was even disbanded for a 2-year period. Bimo declared that, in times of war, the warrior caste answered directly to the king, and all voting was suspended. Balin seemed quite interested.
I bet he did. Is it true you're related to Harrowmont?
He is a kinsman, yes. If you count to the 6th degree of remove, I'm related to every noble lineage still represented in Orzammar. I can even trace my descendant directly to House Sigmund, which lost its tie to the Darkspawn 13 generations ago.
Do you get to vote on the next king?
The Shaperate do not vote. We simply record history as it happens.
But you have a preference for king.
I cannot speak my opinions. History can be changed with a careless word.
Fair. What do you know about Vartag Gavon?
The Gavorn family is a minor one, founded when a daughter of the Ferender house married down to a warrior caste man. Her brother died, leaving her family heirless. So the assembly granted him a new family name and allowed him to adopt his daughter's children as heirs. Vartag Gavorn is on record asking the assembly to bar Harrowmont from King Endrin's sick room. He is a vocal supporter of Prince Balin.
Interesting, interesting. Let's talk about something
I'm
else.
the man to ask if you wish to access the memories of the ancestors. What is it you would know?
I would like your permission to open a chantry here.
That is an odd request.
It is, isn't it?
Especially for one so new to our city.
Indeed. I come on behalf of Brother Burkle, a cleric of Redcliffe.
I thought so. This is not the first time he's made this plea.
Yeah.
My answer to Brother Burkle hasn't changed. So I ask you the same. On what basis would you have me insult the ancestors and overturn 2,000 years of tradition?
Chandra's charities could greatly aid Orzammar. Would cunning work? I have enough cunning for the persuades, but... try it.
What sort of charities do you mean?
Chantry cares for widows and orphans.
Traditionally, that is their extended family's responsibility, but sometimes people fall through the cracks. Very well, he may hold a prayer meeting as he requested, if not build a new temple to his god. At least the words would come from one of our own. Now, is there anything more?
Tell me some of Orzammar's history.
We were a great empire once, outnumbering even humans and elves. We traded with your Tevinter Imperium, and our land stretched as far in the deep roads as theirs did above. Kal Sharok was capital then, but we lost too many battles. We lost our golems, and we lost our territory. Now the Empire is simply ruined tunnels filled with darkspawn.
One day we shall see Kal Sharok, and I shall smile. What are the deep roads?
They were once our highways beneath the mountains. Now the darkspawn claim them and few venture there, except your order, who enter the deep roads when they retire, so they can die slaughtering as many darkspawn as possible.
How did you lose your golems?
The Paragon Caridin, a smith of unsurpassed genius, invented the golems. For years they were our weapon against the darkspawn. One golem is worth 12 dwarves in battle, but Caridin's Tig is far into the deep roads. When it fell, we lost his secret to creating golems. There are books about it along these walls if you would read more.
Golems like this?
Yes. We have only a few dozen left in Orzammar, and I do not recognize this one. Where did you find it?
Huh?
Every golem is precious to us. We'd pay a good sum for a new find.
I'd sooner jump into a pit of lava.
Unfortunate. Was there anything else? I must tell the rest of the Shaperate about this discovery.
Where is Kal Sharok?
At the other side of the old empire. During the last blight, the kings of Orzammar knew they couldn't hold everything. They sealed the deep roads, abandoning everyone still trapped in far-flung settlements. It was the only way to survive. Kal Sharok is the only other city to outlast the blight. We only rediscovered them recently, and they still haven't forgiven us.
Fair. Alright, never mind. I should go.
Your presence here has been recorded in the memories. I wish I knew what significance it has.
We'll see. We will see, sir. Book. The deep roads. Alrighty. There isn't a dwarf alive who remembers the deep roads as they once were. They were the network of tunnels that joined the Tigs together. To be honest, it isn't even right to give them such a simple term as tunnels. They are works of art, with centuries of planning demonstrated in the geometry of their walls, with the statues of the paragons that watch over travelers, with the flow of lava that keeps the deep roads lit and warm. The cloud gazers up top on the surface talk of the Imperial Highway built by the Magisters of old, a raised walkway that crossed thousands of miles, something that could only have been built by magic. Perhaps it is comparable to the deep roads, although we dwarves didn't need magic. Suppose it doesn't matter anymore. The Darkspawn rule the deep roads now. When Orzammar sealed off the entrances to the deep roads, abandoning everything that lay out there, we handed over the kingdom that was to those black bastards forever. To think that there are genlocks crawling over Bonamar now, tearing down our statues and defiling our greatest works. Corruption covers everything we built out there. Every dwarf who goes out and comes back says it gets worse with each passing year. The foulness spread a little further. The cloud gazers think that the darkspawn are gone, just because they aren't spilling out onto the surface. One day, when Orzammar is gone for good, they'll find out differently. Those darkspawn won't have anywhere else to go but up, and they'll do it. The surface folk will have themselves a blight that will never end. True. It's true, there definitely should be more to help the dwarves when there's not a blight going on.
I'll get on it.
It's only sensible. In praise of the humble Nug, now this is a codex I'm here for. I once served a human some Nug, and he proclaimed, okay, maybe not, proclaimed that it was like eating an unholy union of pork and hare. The idea disturbed him so much that he declined to finish his serving, and made himself content with some stale bread. Of course, this only goes to show that surfacers, human or otherwise, have tragically unrefined palates. The Nug is surely the most delicious animal I've ever tasted. Only a dead man would not salivate at the thought of a tender morsel of roast Nug melting in his mouth. The paragon Varan, although his house has fallen, shall always be remembered for discovering the wonders of Nug flesh. Admittedly, it was discovered only out of desperation, when he was separated from his legion and lost in the deep roads for a week. But we won't hold that against the good paragon. While the Nug pancakes and nuggets, my own children love these, the Nug dishes one encounters most often. Nug can be prepared in other interesting and elegant ways. The late King Ansgar Iduken adored Nug, seared on a hot metal plate and finished in the oven, and dressed in a cream sauce flavored with deep mushrooms. You must be careful when using the mushrooms from the deep roads, because they often grow close to darkspawn bodies. They say that this is what gives them their unique flavor and intoxicating scent. But it also means that consuming too many of them may result in curious affections of the mind. What was that? Oh, there we go. What was my politics? Oh, we're finding all about that, aren't we? As dangerous as it is to mistake a dwarf's caste, it's far more deadly to mistake his alliances among the noble houses of Orzammar. Everyone in the city is allied with someone, whether by blood or by word. These nobles do not engage directly in commerce themselves, as that is the domain of the merchant caste, but they do serve as patrons. They invest in shops or in artisans' work, and in turn reap a share of the profits as well, as a measure of the credit. Merchants and warriors alike benefit from service of prestigious patrons. The relative power of each house is ever-changing. It is usually safe to assume that whichever noble house holds the throne is at the top of the heap, but below that, things grow into a tangled mess. Houses ally with one another by marriage. They earn rank and prestige when combatants loyal to them, or from their own bloodlines win provings. They earn it when artisans patronize become sought after or well regarded, or when the merchants they invest in become successful. The degrees of power that these achievements confer is so murky, even to the dwarves, that it isn't unusual for nobles to challenge each other to provings, over whose smith forges better belt buckles, or whose servants have the best manners. Nor is it out of the ordinary to find two merchants arguing over whose noble patron has won the most acclaim. For the rank of the patron is the rank of the client. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the assembly, where the deshers, representatives of each noble house, meet. Although the king technically rules Orzammar, kings are elected by the assembly, and so each king must work constantly to maintain the support of the deshers. Kings who prove unpopular find their heirs deemed unacceptable to inherit the throne. Power then passes from one house to another. This is a lot. There's a lot to read. Codex updated. Shaper's life. Orzammar has carved a legacy from the stone, but history is more than the comings and goings that fill the streets. These caverns are old cuts and well travelled. The true will of the stone is revealed far from the halls of politics and commerce. The Shaper must step away from the familiar, and seek out revelations from the frontier or buried secrets from pasts abandoned. The Shaper must first walk away if he is to return. Dwarven faith. I think that was the first. The chant of light is almost never heard in the halls of Ozma. This is hardly surprising, for unlike elves, who are literally abandoned by their gods out of winters, who worship dragons and dwarves have no gods at all. Even the concept of worship is foreign in Ozma. Instead, the dwarves seem to venerate the stone, a name they give to the earth itself. It seems practical for people living underground, but perhaps a bit unimaginative. For guidance in spiritual matters, they turn to their ancestors. These ancestors, who are said to have returned to the stone, communicate their wishes to the living via brutal trials by combat called breathings. The ancestors' collective wisdom is maintained by the Shaper, which can apparently store records in Lyrium itself. Set above the ancestors, above even kings, are the paragons, dwarves who have achieved such greatness that they are elevated almost to godhood. These are great figures holding up the hallway that leads from the surface, the first glimpse of Ozma that outsiders see. Oh, careful.
I'll get on it.
Oh, no mind, you want to go around that way? That's fine. Legion of the Dead. Yes, Stone's greetings, friend. Your fight ceaselessly in the Legion of the Dead. Motto of the Legion of the Dead. It's a pretty shit motto. The Legion accepts all. So I was told by one of the Legionnaires himself, a dwarf who waited quietly at the entrance to the deep roads for the rest of his unit to assemble. They gathered slowly, each equipped with heavy armor and fine weapons, each painted with grim tattoos applied at their funerals the night previous. For that is the nature of the Legion. They are all dead. Any dwarf may join the Legion, so long as he is willing to give up everything he has. The funeral rites are somber. A final goodbye is said to the family and loved ones. And any materials, goods, are dispersed to heirs, unless words are said. And then it is done. The new Legionnaire marches out into the deep roads, never to return. The Legion fights against the Darkspawn to the last, striking one final blow against the monsters that have claimed so much of their homeland. Many join the Legion to clear the slate. Criminals join to avoid punishment. The dishonored join so that houses and families need not suffer on their behalf. The bankrupted join so their debts might be forgiven. A very few join for a last chance at glory, but the Legion takes them too. This group hopes to reach the fabled fortress of Bonamar, once the Legion's home, associated with the greatest of their paragons. Bonamar is a holy place. Its loss, the last great blow against the Dwarven kingdoms, and its recapture would be a glorious signal to all of Ozma. But capture it or no, all these warriors will die in the deep roads. It is a sobering thought, and I now know why the dwarves say the Legion's charge is the battlefield's most frightening sight. They have nothing left to lose. And I hope the dwarves get the deep roads back at some point. That would be interesting to see. See how they develop it. The traditional dwarven folk songs. Nug sits in mud, Nug wiggles his ears. You catch the Nug, he slips away. Nug gets to live another day. Nug sits in the mud, Nug wiggles his toes. You hook the Nug, he slips away. Now the Nug runs off to play. Nug sits in the mud, Nug wiggles his nose. You tickle the Nug, he laughs away. Now the Nug sits on my plate. Well, that's rude. Nug pancakes, a well-loved dwarven nursery rhyme. I'm going to assume we're not getting this open. Boo. Gosh darn it, Zevran. You had one job. One job, sir. And you couldn't even do that. Bloody hell. Alright. Let's go do some convincing and some proving, shall we? Little from column A, little from column B. Round it up to column C.
2 more clans endorse Lord Balin as the new king.
Do they now?
Change is inevitable, and it must come quickly.
Yes. Nearly missed you, House High Deacon, Shield of Ozma. The Assembly has never named a paragon with so little disagreement as there was for Paragon Iduken. No naysayers, only a single abstention. His worthiness was unquestionable, his favour with the ancestors clear. But family rumour says the man himself was deeply troubled, prone to fits of melancholy and self-doubt. Never satisfied with his great achievement in protecting Orzammar, he died cursing that he had not managed to save the outlying Tigers. Before he rose to Paragon, he was little note. The memories tell us that he never entered a single proving, never sought to elevate his place among the warrior caste. He spent most of his years prior to the First Blight fighting skirmishes in the deep roads, keeping them free from surface bandits, content to live quietly with his wife and daughters. When the Blight began, it caught Orzammar in the midst of a vicious inter-house war. Most of the warrior... what coincidence. Most of the warrior caste was caught up in the feuding, for as word of attacks poured in, each great house demanded that the army be sent to defend their Tig, and no house would agree to sacrifice their own holdings for the safety of any others. The Assembly was so utterly tied up with the infighting that the Darkspawn spread unchecked to the gates of Orzammar herself. In the chaos, Iduken grudgingly took command of the armies. He enlisted the aid of the mining caste to collapse the earthen passages, called upon the smith caste to supply them with arms, and bypassed the Assembly and the nobles entirely. With his leadership, Orzammar was saved from annihilation. For his insubordination, he was made paragon. Yet he always considered it a defeat. What a guy. 1 second, let's pour a
What do
drink.
you want? Ah, I suppose you're the Grey Warden everyone's talking about. Well, this isn't exactly a surface broadsheet. Where did you get these? Never mind. It is true enough, but there's nothing I can do about it. This deal was made on behalf of our entire house. Only my father can revoke it.
Where is he? I'll bring these to him.
He is leading a deep roads expedition, trying to secure an ancient Tig. It's unlikely he'll be back before the election, but perhaps this vote is important enough for you to brave the tunnels to tell him?
Maybe.
The Dace family would be in your debt.
I don't know where to find your
He
father.
was searching an old Iduken site. He left me with this map, in case his expedition never returned. I'll give you a pass as well. Usually no one is allowed past the front lines. Does that mean you'll go?
Yes, I'll leave right now.
So Balin's victory means enough for you to risk your life. How interesting.
I just need one of you to bloody win, alright? Only picking Balin because, you know, change.
It'll be 2 years tomorrow. By all the holy sodding ancestors, how can
Hello,
you people
Ogren.
just ignore that?
Bronca didn't go alone, Ogren. She took the whole house, everybody but you. So just get over to Tapster's and drown yourself already. You know as well as I do that's how this always ends.
Rude.
You think I'm afraid of some cub warrior who's barely off the teach? I'll...
You lift a weapon or attack a single citizen in Orzammar, and you're stripped of your caste and exiled. Even you can't have forgotten that. Get out of here before I call a guardsman.
Rude. Very rude.
Can you believe it? Ogren's barely even warrior caste anymore, and he just clomps in here like he's entitled.
Who are you?
I'm Loylanar Ivo, warrior, which is more than I can say for that useless sod.
Who was he?
Ogren's a drunken wretch. He comes up here 2-3 times a week, hounding people to lead some suicidal rescue mission after Bronca. Gets quite violent about it. I'd be scared if they hadn't practically gelded him after he killed young Lord Mino.
What happened?
All Mino's son said was how unlikely it was that a bunch of smiths would return safely from the deep roads. Which is true. Ancestors preserve us. That's what the warrior caste is for. But Ogren claimed it was an insult to a paragon. Next thing, they're in a duel to first blood to defend Bronca's honor. Then Ogren starts screaming and runs him through.
Crikey. Wasn't the duel of first blood?
It was a huge scandal. Ogren should have been executed, but he'd won honors in the deep roads. Instead, they stripped him of all weapons and forbid him from engaging in fights within city limits. If he breaks the decree, he'll be exiled.
Why does Ogren care so much about Bronca?
She's still his wife, isn't she? Even if she took their entire house into the deep roads and abandoned him.
Bronca was married to that drunk?
Well, before she was a paragon, she was just a smith. And Ogren was one of the best warriors of his generation.
Why did Bronca go into the deep roads?
Chasing some old treasure. She was quite secretive. Outright rude, really. She said she never asked to found a house, that she didn't care about politics, and that we were too self-absorbed to defeat the Darkspawn. She actually threatened anyone who said they'd come after her.
How did she become a paragon?
She invented a smokeless fuel that let the Smith caste increase their output by nearly a third. Deaths from the Black Lung also dropped. The Assembly said she had the favor of the ancestors and declared her a paragon. They moved Bronca, Ogren, and all their relatives to the noble caste and founded a new house in her name.
What were you and Ogren arguing about?
It's been 2 years since Bronca left. No one has ever stayed in the deep roads that long and survived. The search teams who went out found nothing, but Ogren wants to keep risking lives searching.
I should leave before you start complaining about me too.
If you see any guardsmen, tell them Ogren was at it again.
Sure, I'll do your job for you, why not? Just you watch me. No. Definitely. Right, we'll go to the tavern first, because I think Ogren goes there, we can talk to him. And the other person we need to convince is there. And then we will probably do the breathing. I do believe I do. I've not been looking for Nogs while I was over there, have I?
That a certain wine merchant is falling behind on his payments.
How could you?
I can't imagine what you mean. I pay my expenses. What about the expenses your good friend Jarvia incurs when providing protection? It's not easy ensuring nothing bad happens. That no one decides to just burn everything in your store. My store! Please, I don't have much. Business isn't good. People are scared. Tell Jarvia I'll get her money. Jarvia is not happy with your promises, old man. Now let's go inside and see what you've been holding back.
Well, we can't have that, can we? Come, let us defend Random Dwarf.
This is all I have right now. I could get more if I sell something. Well,
Hi.
Looks like we have a visitor. Friend of yours? You get out of here. This is private business.
How rude, I just came here to help. Looks like more like extortion.
Please, don't get involved with this. You don't know what they're like. Then allow me to make some introductions. These are dangerous times in Orzammar, stranger. Lucky us, the merciful Jarvia is offering protection from the chaos. You're wearing some fancy stuff there.
I am.
Might make you a target. So if you want the Carta's guarantee of safety, it's yours for the reasonable price of 10 gold.
Nah, I think I'm good, dude.
Or I can't say what might happen.
Take a good look. Do you really want to start this?
Whoa. Alright, you win. I'm not gonna die for 10 lousy sovereigns.
Changed his mind on that pretty quick, didn't he? Well, I'm a bully. Ooh. You're gonna bully a bully? What's that?
Ancestors, bless you for saving my poor store. I don't know how to express my gratitude.
What do you know about Jarvia?
I've never met her, of course. They say she never leaves Dusttown. That's the older area of the city where the casteless congregate. She's the one directing this depravity.
Yeah.
Since good King Endrin died, they're getting bolder. They used to be a problem only in Dusttown, but now they're in the commons, shaking honest men down for coin.
What you know about her Carter?
A band of casteless thugs. They're to blame for all the crime in Orzammar these days. They're criminals, and the children of criminals. The ancestors themselves declared them irredeemable.
Their children as well? You go that far?
Their births are abominations.
Ew.
They were born from no
Dude.
karma, with no acknowledgement by the Shapers. They are destined to be criminals. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm grateful for your help, but I don't think we have any more to talk about.
No wonder they turn to fucking criminals if
Did you have something more pleasant you wish to
force them into
discuss?
it. That's what we have to
I'm
say.
showing you the lowest prices I can afford, I assure you.
I don't believe you. I assure you. Should we get all of these? Because we are using a lot. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Alright, seems good to me. I'm out of here. You little shit. Thy prejudice wanker. Dagna, I will be back for you eventually, don't worry. Nug. Nug! It's going backwards.
Andraste teaches that patience is the child of wisdom, but I'm eager to hear if you've seen the Shaper.
You agreed to let you hold your prayer
Oh,
meetings.
praise the Maker! You truly walk in the light, friend.
Thank you, thank
I
you.
found a convert among the merchants who offered his shop as a temporary chantry. It's just by the tapsters. Please, come to our first service.
Sure, I won't. Not really a maker kind of guy, you know. I assume this is the where he's talking about. Ooh, another gun. Come here, little buddy. Alright. Time for a chat. Help me.
I wasn't expecting you back. I guess you realize this is about the only fun in Orzammar?
Indeed. I have news. Harriman is still dealing you and Lady Dace.
Oh, well, I'd ask for proof, or why you care, but frankly, I'm so tired of it I'm not even surprised. I don't even want the land, but my house would kill me if I turned it down. Responsibilities, you know. Now I'll have to go through the whole process of rejecting the deal. And we'll both have to try something else. And I thought it was going to be a nice day.
Indeedy. Why vote for Harriman if you didn't want the land?
I actually thought he was the better candidate. You must think I'm pretty soddy naive, huh? They're all
No,
the
definitely
same
not. I can
well-bred,
see.
blood-sucking cave ticks. I'll have to inform Mother that Lord Harrowmont hasn't bought our vote after all.
See, I can see why you'd think Harriman's the best. I certainly would. But too much stoked in tradition.
What do you want?
To say
There,
hello.
You, Grey Warden, coming from the surface.
Yeah.
Great crisis in the world. Someone saw you talking to Vartag Gavorn, and now it's all over that you've been doing dirty errands for Balin. I figured you'd be the one, you know?
Yeah.
Who could help me find Branka.
Maybe.
I guess you're just like all the rest.
Oh, thanks. My only concern is raising allies against the Blight.
You don't need a king to face a blight. You need a paragon.
Kinda do, though.
The Assembly elects them, but they're higher than the Assembly. They become nobles, but they're more than anyone born to a house. They're what every dwarf with a spine not made of soap dreams of being.
And this Branka is one of them?
City's only living paragon, and she's been lost in the deep roads for 2 years. 2 years, and no one's raised a bleeding army to go look for her. Why do you care, huh? You looking to uncover all her secrets?
You know
Is that
why?
what Balin
I
wants?
told you.
I know he's been poking around, trying to find things out about her, what she was looking for. Won't tell me spit, though. He wants it for himself, right? A little blessing from the ancients' technology, and he's assured the throne. Is that it?
What are you talking about? What technology?
You are looking for it. Of course, that's all anyone cares about. Well, sod off and sod your mother, too.
My mother?
Bleeding
What?
Brink. You keep on your errands, Until your boss really commits to looking, you're getting nothing but smoke out of old Ogren.
Alright, old Ogren, crikey. So rude. A little bit crude.
All right.
So much attitude. Alright. To the breathing is what they say.
I've thought about your predicament, my friend.
LA.
It has thought of a way to lure birds out of the sky.
I mean, your situation. Being made of stone and such, I imagine it must be terrible for you to see others together, you know?
Together. Standing next
This
to
would
one
be what
another.
he was thinking about.
I speak of love, my sturdy friend, and the act of love. Surely this must bring you discomfort, knowing you can never partake in such pleasures.
That is disgusting. It was bad enough that I had to suffer the occasional pair of villagers lying in my shade, but the idea of partaking...
You are stoic, my friend, and brave. You do us a great honor by suffering in silence.
I was not suffering, silently or otherwise, until now.
I understand.
And what? Oh God, which one's the new one? So we've done that one. I think this one. Pursuant to Order 5 LA, no dwarf of indeterminate caste may conduct business in the commons. This was subsequently clarified by the Assembly to mean that the owning and operating of stores or kiosks is limited to those of identified and approved house names with traceable ancestor lineage of at least 3 generations. Exceptions include individual purchases of goods or services from established stores or kiosks, provided the funds are presented at the opening of the transaction, at the discretion of the store or kiosk owner. I'm sure you understand that need to maintain strict quality control over all goods and services that flow through Orzammar, especially when we are making a concentrated effort to encourage outside investment. The standards of the Dust Town and that of the common brand are simply not sufficient. Your trade permit is hereby denied. Rude. Kom to Papanog.
Is it true all the wardens are dead?
No. You got one standing right in front of you. And you know, there's wardens in pretty much every other country. So no is the answer. No. No. Yes. But no. So, save. Okay. Breathing van.
I can't wait to watch Piotr fight. He's so accomplished.
We had to kick his
Did you see
buttocks.
that last fight? It was really something.
No, I didn't see shit.
I heard a bunch of Harrowmont supporters dropped out at the last minute.
Mm.
Can you believe how many families are supporting Balin?
No, definitely not.
If you're looking for seats, speak with a guardsman.
Alright. Varric.
Watch for Piotr Naidukin. He's won the squad combat 4 years running. He has 11 decapitations so far. He needs just 3 more. for the
Christ.
one-season record.
Isn't that nice? Oh, I guess you watched a lot of the breathings then.
Front row seats at every grand proving since my father took me on his shoulders. Name's Varric. I got a controlling interest in a mine off the old Roostin Tig.
Yeah.
But my backers know not to hand me a pick any day there's blood on the stone, if you know what I mean.
So the breathing's just a tournament?
Sure. Like King Endrin was just a noble. A proving is a sacred art. Any dispute brought to the proving ground is settled by the ancestors' decision, and no one can protest it.
What are the rules?
They change from round to round. Sometimes it's bare hands, sometimes weapons, sometimes pairs or squads. It's announced when the fight begins. That's about all the warning anyone gets.
Hmm. Have you ever fought in one?
Me? Are you out of your mind? I'm a miner, not a warrior.
Isn't that nice? Now, if you'll excuse me.
Telling you, Piotin will take the prize. You can put gold on it.
Meh. Not if I do. Meow. Meow. The breathing. Is this? Did we not have a breathing one? I guess not. Valos Astradium in the 23rd year of the reign of King Regan Aducan, an old man of the servant caste, was accused of stealing a sapphire ring from his employer. Lord Dace the servant was stripped of his possession, he and his family thrown to the streets, and soon after, the servant died. The son of the disgraced servant challenged Lord Dace to a proving, declaring that his father had been the victim of a cruel injustice, and that the ancestors would bear him witness. Lord Dace had no choice but to accept. On the sacred stone of the proving ground, the nobleman faced the servant boy. Lord Dace carried a sword crafted by his own hand, and was clad in his great-grandfather's armor. The servant boy had neither armor nor weapon. When the battle began, the boy fought like a whole pack of angry deep-stalkers, flinging himself upon the startled lord, wrenching the sword from his hand, and prying at his army with bare fingers. The boy knocked Lord Dace to the ground and beat him until the lord begged for mercy. The boy and his family were reinstated to their place in the Dace household, and the virtue of the boy's father was not questioned again. The ancestors had spoken, and no one would question their word.
This is a private area. Combatants only.
And yet here I am. Ah, shit. I should miss this one. The restriction of your authority is a temporary consideration and not a verdict imposed lightly. The Assembly feels that efforts to maintain the sanctity of the proving have faltered. This is a gentleman's contest where the future generals and respected veterans display their skills. It is intended to be inspiring and remind the lower castes why their leaders lead. We acknowledge the usefulness of the forum for settling of honor and debts, and concede that the occasional defeat of a noble can serve as an appeasement, provided it is by a peer and the contest is properly adjudicated. Extending this practice to the lower castes would prove a dangerous barbaric precedent. We have already seen the disruption that an authorized fighter can cause, the recent brand of incident, and similar incidents should be discouraged with all possible prejudice. Would that be the dwarf commoner origin, maybe?
Go away. I don't talk to admirers until after the fight.
I ain't admiring now. Ally.
Guards, remove this intruder.
There is no guard, mate. It's just you and me. A random chest. Why have you got a chest?
This is a private area. Combatants only.
A very compelling answer, but okay. I like. Greetings, I'm Caspar, the Grey Wardens.
Don't take it personally. Hanashan's a member of the Silent Sisters. She doesn't talk to anyone.
Who are the Silent Sisters?
They're an order of female warriors, founded by Astith the Grey, a woman of the warrior caste who first fought for women's right to be soldiers. When no one listened to her words, Astith cut out her tongue and dedicated herself to training until she won a grand proving bare-handed. The women who joined her order cut out their tongues in her
Yeah, lovely. Who are you?
I am Ferinden. I serve as Hanashan's trainer and translator. As a silent sister, Hanashan cut out her tongue like the ancient paragon.
Yep, we don't need to keep repeating that.
As you
Thank
might
you.
imagine, she requires my services for more mundane tasks.
Whose side are you two on?
The Silent Sisters support the sitting king. They are loyal servants to the Idukans.
Then may both your efforts triumph.
May the ancestors choose their champion wisely.
Indeedy.
You looking at something?
Yeah, big ass fucking hammer.
Get out of here!
No. I don't think I will.
Fine to see you here, Warden. A number of people have told me they hope to see you in the provings.
Mhm.
It's a rare opportunity to fight against someone so exotically trained.
Wouldn't that be nice?
In fact, a few were hoping you'd take part in some informal action.
No, not my interest.
I
Goodbye.
trust you'll keep the offer to yourself.
Yeah. I don't have time for that.
Sorry, I was just leaving.
What a world to save.
Do not disturb me. I must meditate before my fight.
Alright, let's go prove. Let's go prove ourselves.
Good day, stranger. Welcome to the proving arena.
And to
It's still
you.
closed until the fighters make their preparations, but come back this afternoon if you want to watch the show.
Oh, am I not to... Sounds, what show?
Prince Balin called a citywide proving this afternoon to honor King Endrin's memory. All the best fighters in Orzammar will face each other in sight of the ancestors and win honor for their champions.
Sounds like fun, I'll come back then.
Enjoy our
Yeah, do I have to accept the quest to do it then? So I have to pretend I'm gonna work with Harriman to get to do the... That's annoying. That's not very BioWare-like. Usually they'd let you just start this kind of thing. How rude. How rude. Where's my agency? I wish to have my agency, thank you. Man, it doesn't like loading in and out of there, does it? Yeah, da da
You do still
da
intend to
da
kill your
da
target, do you not? Is your reputation not on the line?
Are you still on about this woman?
I am led to believe that the crows would never permit such a transgression. They will come after you and enforce.
It has come to my attention that the crows are not always successful when pit against the Grey Wardens and their companions.
Perhaps they
Yes.
will send someone competent next time.
You wound me.
I have considered doing far more than that. Trust me.
No, Morrigan. No. He's a good friend of ours. Maybe. Let us not be too brash. We must be welcoming to the Zevran. It's the only other bloody elf we've got around here. The Kunari landed on the northern island of Barvolon 3 centuries ago, coming from an unknown land far off to the east, yes. Yes, indeed.
Lord Balin suspected of personally...
Who would have guessed?
News of the hour. Lord Harriman entrenched in the path.
He's not here anymore. Probably in Harriman's thingy-majiggy. It was silly of us not to go in there anyway. There might be a codex. Imagine missing a codex. Imagine missing a
Welcome to
codex.
Lord Harriman's estate.
Can I have a nosy round before I talk to you, if you don't mind?
House Harrowmont is honored to have you here.
I don't know that they are. Percy?
You must be under great strain with the blight upon the land.
Tell me about
Ready
it.
to the stone for you.
Thanks, that's nice of you. So many chests that I cannot open.
Here I am.
I didn't mean to click on you, I'm gonna be honest, sir. I'm just gonna say bye. Letter from King Endrin. My Lord Harrimont, my guilt weighs heavily on me, and I know that I was a fool now. Only a fool would cut out his own heart and burn it for the sake of appearances. I allowed the assembly to send my child to exile and death because I feared an inquiry into Trian's murder would taint our house with scandal. You have been my rock and my shield these long months, and for that I thank you. But I must ask for one more thing. I wish to discover if my child survived. Even the smallest trace will set my mind at ease. Send your men, your scouts, anyone who will go. Balin thinks I am mad. He says that if word spreads of my wish, our house will be undone. He doesn't know that Iduken is already lost. I destroyed us when I sacrificed what was most precious. Please, Pyrell, help me. I come to you not as a king, but as a father. Oh. Especially sad, because the dwarf noble is probably my favorite origin. Come on then, I'll help you.
So abruptly, I didn't think I'd see you back.
Sorry,
Do you have
help.
more time to talk now, Warden?
I would speak with
In
Lord
ordinary
Harriman.
time, Lord Harriman would be honored to meet you. Unfortunately, we've already caught more than one of Balin's spies approaching Harriman under a pretense of friendship. So I'm afraid I won't be able to...
The audacity.
If you want to speak to Harriman, you will need to prove he can trust you.
How can I prove that I'm not working for Balin?
That's a generous offer. If you mean it, you might attend the proving today. The Deschers take it very seriously. And unfortunately, Balin found some way to blackmail or intimidate House Harriman's best fighters into stepping down.
So you'd like me to enter the proving in Harriman's name?
It would certainly make your loyalties loud and clear. Balin would never work with anyone who humiliated him in that way. Harriman would have no fear of meeting with you then.
Alrighty, I'll enter the proving and see why the others were restricted.
Excellent. The arena is located off the Commons. Talk to the Proving Master and tell him you're entering Lord Harriman's roster. The key fighters we lost were Guidon and Baisel. You can look for them in the fighters' preparation chambers behind the ring.
Yeah.
Be sure it's before the fights begin. After the first bout, no one may change the roster. If you need to find me again, I will wait in the Tapster's Tavern off the Commons. There is no better place to hear gossip. Perhaps even word of your victory.
Oh, yeah. Alright. I'm going to end it there for tonight, I think. And then next time we'll start with the breathing. Seems like a good place to start. Oh, I'm tired. I'm a tired boy. Right. Thank you for watching. Hopefully next time it's not as warm and I can keep the camera on. It would be nice. Alright. I'll see you all next time. Goodbye.